Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the November 19th City of West Sacramento Planning Commission meeting. And I'd like to start with having our clerk, Jennifer Schmidt, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to remind everybody, if you have a cell phone or something, some electronic device, to silence it for the meeting so we don't have any interruptions. And we did introduce Jennifer. If you wish to address the commission on any of the items tonight, would you please fill out a slip there in the back corner over there and give it to Jennifer, and she'll get it to us. And then we'll have folks speak in the order that they turn in the slips for the various items. If anybody has anything they'd like to discuss with or present to the commission that's not on the agenda, that's within our subject matter jurisdiction, now would be the time to do that. So if you'd like to address the commission on something not on the agenda that we have jurisdiction over, please come forward now. All right. We'll move on then to consideration and approval of the minutes from the November 5th, 2009 meeting. Everybody had a chance to read those?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the minutes of November 5th.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on to the approval of the agenda order, we have two items. We're going to, unless somebody has a preference to change those, we're going to go in the order that they are listed. Next would be correspondence and staff communications. Steve Rickla.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. You have 5 pieces of correspondence before you tonight. The first piece is a memo from Steve Paddock and I regarding annexation policy direction options. You also have a letter that was received today from the West Sacramento Chamber of Commerce regarding their recommendations on the land use alternatives. You should have 2 PowerPoint presentations before you tonight. The first, or actually just one, the first one is from the Northern Expansion Group, which is both the Northern Expansion Group and the Notch. And then you should have a publication that was handed out from Vina del Lago. And then last, there is a little sheet that we gave members of the Planning Commission regarding a review of each of the 15 areas of change, of which we will probably get through just a couple tonight, and the rest will be done on our December 3rd meeting. So that's correspondence. Last night was a momentous time at the City Council. The City Council approved volumes 1 through 3 of the bridge-specific plan. It involved a lot of work over the last couple of years, including Dave Tilley of the Planning Division, as well as a lot of other members of the staff, including Charlene Hamilton and members of the Redevelopment Agency. So that was a very momentous occasion, and we're glad to have that behind us. And again, we appreciate all the work that the Planning Commission did on taking that up over the last several months as well. So that, Mr. Chairman, concludes my brief presentation.
All right. I have a question. There's another attachment that seems to be similar to the one that we have in our staff report for item 2.
Yes, what that is, I'm sorry I missed that.
Is there one additional comment there? Is that number 70? Is that?
There is one additional comment, and then we did some edits and corrections of the spelling of some of the names of the individuals who made comments at prior meetings.
Okay, but the data is the same, basically?
Yes, aside from the spelling of names and a couple edits in the addition of the Southport Industrial Park comment, it is the same.
Okay.
May I didn't get a copy of that, so if I can.
Yes.
It could be after the meeting if it's essentially the same. Thank you.
Liebig, you had a question or comment?
Thank you, Steve. Point of clarification, you thanked us for the bridge project, and you mentioned that it was now behind us. To my recollection, there is one piece of that project that is coming back to us. I just want to be clear that we've requested the design guidelines for architectural design guidelines to come back to the commission. Did council approve the project without architectural guidelines?
The architectural design lines are still proceeding forth with the owners. We've been working on that. And I should also point out that beginning in December, the commission will be seeing pieces of the Fulcrum Development Agreement coming forth.
Wonderful, thank you.
So the development agreement with Fulcrum will probably be on your agenda not later than the second meeting in December. But thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay, any other questions of staff? All right, well, then we'll move on to the disclosure of ex parte communications. Anyone have anything to disclose? I did meet with the applicant for the Notch last week. I've had no other contacts.
Mr. Chairman, I had a phone conversation with the applicant of the Notch, and I've talked to a number of citizens about the general plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving along, we don't have any consent agenda items, so we'll move on to the regular agenda. And item number 1 is a presentation on global warming and the proposed climate action plan for the city of West Sacramento. And our retired community development director is going to make that presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, like a bad penny, I keep returning. I'm going to be giving you tonight a very high-level, 30,000-foot sort of view of the city's efforts that are underway and will be underway in dealing with the issue of global warming and climate action planning, essentially how we are responding to that issue. I do have a PowerPoint. Okay. So we probably do need to turn the lights down a little bit. So again, issue is West Sacramento and global warming. I have a fairly short slideshow I will hopefully move through, as long as I don't get a lot of grief from Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore. I think we'll keep this item fairly short. Global warming, at least most people believe that the debate is over. We are seeing global warming, and we think we know why. The last 8 years are actually the warmest 8 years ever recorded. A fairly good indication. The Earth's surface is warming at about 1/3 of a degree a year, or per decade, excuse me. And CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere have increased from about 280 parts per million pre-industrial times to currently at about 368 parts per million, and they continue to increase. This is an interesting slide that came out of another presentation. It's looking at CO2 concentrations over time, and the graph to the left is actually over 600,000 years. And as you can see, there is a cycle of CO2 concentration swings over about 100,000 year period. And in fact, the CO2 concentrations have swung between about 320 parts per million down to about 220 or so parts per million in these long cycles. And you can also see from the graph that when the cycle tends to go up, it tends to go up very fast, and then it peaks, and then it tends to gradually work its way down. As you can see, as we get to the right end of that, we are in fact in an upswing, a steep upswing, in the last 1,000 years or so. I think this is one of the reasons there was a lot of debate and a lot of skepticism, a lot of concern about, well, what's really going on here? Is this man-caused, or is this just a natural cycle that's taken place? But what we are seeing in the middle is CO2 concentrations going back to, what is it, a couple thousand years BC up to 1975. And as you can see, beginning really in the beginning of the industrial age, what was an upswing became just a spike. And that's really what we're seeing now. That spike is continuing to this day in a steady upward motion. We do know that CO2 basically collects heat from light. The higher the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, to generally, the more we would expect the atmosphere to warm, and that's what we're seeing. I did hear of a study recently that indicated, some science report felt that with CO2 concentrations of below 320, that the Earth's atmosphere might be capable of sort of self-adjusting. If you get warmer, you have more CO2, you get more water vapor into the atmosphere, you get more clouds, clouds reflect light, and so an equilibrium begins to return. But their conclusion was that that equilibrium is not possible at over 320 parts per million, and we're now at 370 or so and rising. Impacts of global warming, particularly in our area, potentially too much water in too short of a time. Essentially what we're seeing is as the atmosphere warms, it becomes more energetic, and we get more unpredictability. We will probably see more droughts in some places, and we may see more floods in other places. We may see more droughts and floods in the same place because of the variability. The hotter it is, the more ozone is created. That's a problem here. As we get less rain, less snow, the forests get more dry, potentially more wildfires, more mosquitoes in the valley. I would say that generally Sacramento itself is probably one of the lesser impacted areas compared to, say, Tahoe, which stands to lose its winter snowpack over the next 50 years. Hopefully not before I quit skiing, but fairly soon. And there are areas we may see Foster City may become the next Venice in 20 to 40 years. The bad news is that, I hate to say this, folks, but for people our age, it's probably too late for much to change. The die is kind of cast. We are moving the direction we're moving. Even if we were to stop emitting additional CO2 instantly tomorrow, the trends would probably continue for the next 20 to 30 years. The issue is really, are we willing to put up with some inconveniences and change some lifestyles with the thought that maybe it won't be as bad for our kids and our grandkids and our grandkids' grandkids? California has taken the lead, led by our fearless governor. He issued, in 2005, he issued an executive order basically saying that we want to reach the 1990 levels of greenhouse gas emissions by 2020. Keeping in mind, we're almost at 2010 now, so it's getting close, and that ultimately we'd like to be at 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. The legislature then codified that executive order in AB 32. It basically tasked the Air Resources Board to come up with a plan for achieving those goals. And then last year, SB 375 basically requires cities to consider global warming issues in the development of their general plans. The Air Resources Board, as I mentioned, has been given the lead role for the state in the climate change issue. They have developed what they call a scoping plan, which is a master plan for how the state is going to go about establishing regulations or policies or changing activities in order to try to meet those goals. It's applicable certainly to state agencies that have to establish their own goals. The scoping plan suggests that cities reach a goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 15% from current levels. That's attempting to be consistent. The executive order said we want to reduce by 20% from 1990 levels by 2020. Well, we're not real sure what 1990 levels exactly were, and it's kind of complicated to figure it out. So ARB just said, look, let's take current level cities, just get 15% below that. And so that is the suggested goal. At this point, it's not a requirement. It's not legislation. We don't have to do it, but the state has its ways. If we don't do it, we're going to get in trouble. Specifically, the Attorney General has decided that this is his issue. He has gotten very much involved. They began issuing comment letters to cities that indicating that greenhouse gas emissions, global warming is a significant issue under CEQA. You had better consider it. You had specifically better consider it in your general plan, EIRs. And the city of Stockton, which was kind of down the road a little bit when he decided to do this, was the first test case. The Attorney General sued the city of Stockton, said, fix this, and they are in the process of fixing this. The Attorney General's office has also listed a fairly extensive list of suggested policies that cities can incorporate into their general plans. The International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives is a multinational organization that is very active and very much a point for global warming issues. The city of West Sacramento is a member, as are thousands, literally, of cities, counties, and organizations around the world dedicated to addressing climate change. And ICLEI, as an organization, is really sort of the standard setter, the point of the sword in terms of saying, okay, this is how you can go about analyzing greenhouse gas emissions and coming to plans and addressing greenhouse gas emissions, particularly at a local level. Certainly, a lot of the solution is going to be national, multinational, development of new energy sources, renewable energy sources, change standards for vehicle fleets, manufacturing, et cetera. But also a lot of it's going to have to be done at the local level. So what is West Sacramento's role? Well, basically, we have to assess the greenhouse gas emissions of our own operations as a municipality, as a city organization, and come up with a plan to reduce those. We also have to assess the greenhouse gas impacts of emissions from the entire community, existing and future, and come up with a plan to reduce those impacts. And we have to implement and monitor those plans. And this is sort of the 5-step process that ICLEI is recommending. Where are we right now? The council has indicated since 2007 that this is a very top priority for them, the green and sustainable strategy and development and implementation of it. In 2007, we did an internal city assessment of emissions. We looked at the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant and our city fleets and vehicles and so forth and employee commute, and came up with some measures and an inventory and measures to address that. We took a lot of those to the City Council in November of 2008, and the City Council sort of blessed that as an initial direction, if you will. We have established what we call a green team, which is a multi-departmental team, a committee of the willing, if you will, people from a variety of departments this is not in their job description, but they're interested, they're committed. We meet monthly, try to coordinate all of the city's activities. It's a variety of people. Denise Kotko, Recycling, is sort of the team manager, takes care of the day-to-day. We have people from redevelopment. We have people from the water plant. We have people from the police department to fleet maintenance. Mr. Rickla is a member, the city architect's a member, and we have sort of an expanded membership as well that we call in when we need to. About 2 years ago, I was selected as the quote-unquote team leader, which was the department level person responsible for the team, and I have continued with that responsibility since my retirement. In September, we had a significant milestone in that we adopted a transportation management plan for the City Hall offices. We have incentives for people to use the bus, to use bikes. You know, we built a bike barn. We have bikes you can borrow if you want to go some places. I often, when I go to SACOG, I go down and I grab a bike and ride to the SACOG because it's quicker than trying to find a parking space. And so these are sort of the things we've been doing so far. Where we're going is I've recently almost completed the community greenhouse gas inventory. It still probably needs some tweaking and some analysis, but it's essentially done. Mr. Rickla and I have been developing policies for the general plan update. I mentioned the Attorney General suggested some policies ought to be included in the general plan, and we have pretty much religiously went down and made sure that we've got policies that address what the Attorney General is going to be looking for. We are in the process of reviewing a green building ordinance, and that will be going to council for direction in December. We're also in the process of, I think we have adopted now recently, a green purchasing policy, which allows us to give some say, not just to just the cheapest, but cheapest in the long run, cheapest life cycle, and greenest alternatives when we're doing purchasing. And finally, we have a climate action plan in development. Now, the climate action plan, again, is something that basically has come from ICLEI, said this is the way you should do things. Virtually every city and county is doing them to one degree or another, but for the most part, everybody started this within the last 4 years. Climate action plan it's been recommended that we develop them from the Attorney General and Air Resources Board. Sacramento County has a draft plan. Davis has an adopted plan. Sacramento cities are in various stages of working on plans. So what will a West Sacramento Climate Action Plan look like? What I'm looking at is Chapter 1, which essentially is kind of a background. It is the history, the science. Is there global warming? What's the evidence? What causes it? What is the legislative context? A lot of the information I've shown you here on the slides, I have, unrepentantly stolen it from other plans that have already been written, so rather than reinventing the wheel. Chapter 2 is the two emission inventories, both the city and the community, and then including setting targets. Municipal, as recommended, 15% below the current level, the 2005 level. For the community, there are several goals that were laid out. 20% below 1990 by 2020. And the Air Resources Board as well. Okay, how about 15% below the existing by 2020? The air pollution control officers, realizing that those wouldn't necessarily meet all needs, has suggested a possible target of 30% below business as usual by 2020. And I'm probably going to be recommending that that is our target because if you think about it, we had a population of 28,000 in 1990. We have a population of 47,000 now. We'll have a population of probably 70, 80,000 by 2020, and ultimately nearing 100,000. It's going to be extremely difficult for us to reduce, in an absolute way, our emissions while we're growing very rapidly. But on the other hand, it's not the thing to say, okay, West Sacramento, we should just stop growing, because a lot of our growth is exactly the kind of growth that has the least greenhouse gas emissions and is best for the region and the region achieving its greenhouse gas goals. So we'll be looking at essentially getting 30% from what the emissions would have been had we just continued to build standard suburban single-family spread out development. Chapter 3 will be goals and policies. We have policies in the existing general plan, even getting back to 1990, that address the issues that also are related to global warming in terms of air quality, transportation, land use, et cetera. They're interrelated. There's been a lot of debate as to how you handle this. Is a climate action plan an element of the general plan? Is it a separate document? Do you just include general climate action plan policies throughout the general plan? And I'm looking to kind of do the separate document related. We will have policies, both existing and proposed, in the various chapters of the general plan. For example, in public facilities, where we would have policies dealing with what does the city organization do in its facilities to address global warming. And then we will take those policy goals and policies and put them in a separate chapter in the climate action plan. Chapter 4 is kind of the meat of it. What are the specific implementation measures that are going to be taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, both for the city and the community? We haven't gotten too far, but likely high return areas of improvement for us are going to be our pre-1978 housing stock. 1978 was when Title 24 was adopted, which is the energy requirements for new construction. And so houses built before that weren't required to do anything. And we have probably 10,000 homes that are in that class. And there's the opportunity really through insulation and developing windows and more modern appliances and so forth to achieve 30, 40% energy savings, as well as cutting cost for people. Industrial process. We are an employment-rich city. We are an industrial-rich city. Our industrial energy use and emissions is considerably higher than our residential. In most of the other cities in Sacramento County, they're about even. So that's an area where if we're going to make progress, we're going to have to address those. And then land use. The plans that we've already adopted and approved and are considering are really, to a large degree, going to be a lot of the solution. High-density, urban, transit-oriented development, new development built to modern standards can dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions per household. Chapter 5 is really, okay, we've identified these measures. We are going to estimate how much we think we're going to get in savings, in reductions from those measures. Do we meet our goal? There's pretty much discussion. This is something that should be in a climate action plan. I haven't seen a climate action plan that has gotten that far yet, and I'm constantly out there looking to see who's got something I can steal. But ultimately, we will want to do that. In a nutshell, we need to burn less oil. And anything we can do that results in us burning less oil is going to reduce the increase in carbon emissions, which is going to reduce global warming. As far as schedule, this is really the first of what I see several times coming back to you, kind of chapter by chapter as we begin to develop the climate action plan. I'd like to come back to you early next year with something reporting on the introduction and emissions inventories and some of the analysis we've done on those. Follow that up with another presentation on goals and policies, then measures, and then at some point when we've developed it, conclusions. So I would look for some feedback as to how I should orient the early one and how much you feel I should put into discussing the science and the question of global warming as opposed to really diving into the emissions inventory. So I would look for some guidance from the Planning Commission on that. Otherwise, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any questions for Steve at the moment? I haven't received any slips from the audience, so I'm going to assume that nobody has any comments from the audience. But Mr. Sandini, you have a question?
Thanks for the presentation. In terms of my personal opinion for looking for some guidance, I think diving into the added value is the new chapter at the end that you mentioned that we could be a leader on. I certainly think we need to be concerned and respond to as a city to AB 32. I actually have a question. I realize our jurisdiction is as a city and the scoping requirements focus on city, but it just seems to me that some of the best solutions might come regionally, and as you mentioned, nationally and internationally, of course, in terms of the scope of the whole problem. So I just am curious how or if plans are being coordinated or discussed regionally, like when you bike over to SACOG, or, I mean, it seems like we could get a lot of guidance as a region to tackle some of these things together.
Yes, I spent most of yesterday morning at the Sacramento Area Green Partnership, which is a group of representatives from all of the cities and counties, SMUD, Regional SAN, air quality districts, transit. We meet sort of quarterly to kind of keep track of what everybody's doing and how people are doing it, and as an information exchange. And also SACOG will ultimately be involved in sort of taking from the scoping plan and parsing out to the various entities, it appears, kind of what the targets are going to be. So there's a lot happening at the SACOG level. There's a lot happening at the sort of informal city-to-city level, and we're also in discussion with our Yolo County counterparts.
So do you have in the plan of writing this piece, will there be some commentary about how things might fit together? I just think of like transportation discussions and so forth about actions we could take as a city, but really need the whole region's cooperation.
Yes, I can certainly see some possibilities there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Actually, I just have one comment, and I'm curious. I actually think an education piece, sort of on the science, would be beneficial, and maybe an education piece on how we measure, our emissions as a whole. for the city. I'm not quite sure how that would be
Okay.
done. You said it's hard to measure, sort of back to 1990, so I think that would be a nice piece for people to understand. And I think the education piece would give, thinking down the road when you want participation, say, in some of the targets you have, like the pre-1978 housing, why it would be important for them to participate as well, so.
Okay.
Other comments? I would like, Steve, thanks for the presentation, and actually, our action here would just to hear and provide comments tonight, but this is going to be an ongoing thing for the near future. I would like, and I assume other commissioners would really like a copy of your PowerPoint. It has all the details and stuff, and I'd certainly like to have one. I don't know if anyone else does, but also, it looks like, and you did mention in your presentation, that a lot of the mandate is universal for everybody in the state of California, all the cities and counties. So a lot of this, like you indicated, is not reinventing the wheel, but just identifying those issues that really are unique to West Sacramento. And but I noticed in the staff report, you indicated that perhaps not the initial drafts would have quantification of what we're going to be realizing as far as the results of our actions. And it seems like that's critical to the process to be able to do that.
And it's a gap. It's a gap in science right now. Certainly, as you're identifying measures, for example, and it really has to be fairly precise. If we say a measure is replacing obsolete air conditioners with new Energy Star air conditioners, the bang for the buck is going to be very different in Sacramento than it is in San Mateo or Tahoe. And so, a one-size-fits-all U.S. standard really doesn't tell us much. And that's one of the discussions we've had with our counterparts at the air quality control boards are trying to put some work into that, being able to quantify what do measures in Sacramento return in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. As I say, right now it's kind of a hole in the science.
Yeah, and I guess my final comment would have to do with the similarity of this and our green ordinance. And the green ordinance, there has been a lot of conversation and discussion with the chamber regarding potential impacts. And I would expect that there can be ramifications depending upon the degree of improvement that we're looking for. You're indicating that the 30% where the state is looking for what you extrapolated 15%. And if going beyond that, and I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that the savings would be based on what our 1990 levels were, knowing that we're growing and indicating that this is not intended to stop growth naturally. So there has to be some way of establishing what's reasonable, and especially when we're in a market that's competing for development with other local areas, that we don't get in a situation where, for the sake of meeting the state's requirements, because that's really what this is all about, meeting the executive order and the Attorney General's mandate, that we don't put ourselves in a position where we're not able to grow and compete at pretty much a level playing field. Again, any more comments?
I did. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for not raising my hand sooner, but I think you kind of hit what I was going to comment on, which was you asked the basic question: what would we want to see as a result of, as you move forward, focus on the science? And I think I would not, although the education on how we measure it, I think Mr. Galvan brings a good point. I would be interested in knowing how we're measuring that. But I am more in tune to how we're creating a baseline. We're going to look at what our emissions are. We'll know how we measure it, but we step right into adopting an emissions target and establish. I'm interested in how we're going to do that. I think that's what Mr. Morazzini is, because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where 30% just frankly seems arbitrary. It's a high goal. I'm not opposed to that. I'm just saying that it's
Well, to clarify, the 30% probably is not all that different from 15% for most cities. Because it's 30% from what it would have been had we grown, but with the same emissions per unit.
I guess I'm not disagreeing with sort of the logic on it, when you explain it that way, but to Mr. Morzini's point, and Ms. Sandin's point, is that if, we're out there establishing targets that without that sort of explanation and the public understands, we could put ourselves in a situation where we are trying to grow, we're all trying to compete for economic, trying to keep the city economically viable. And we just don't want to misconstrue to have our side of the river, at least in my opinion, just sort of not be so far ahead of the game, it might put us out in terms of requirements and what emissions are and what standards. And if you say, that could mean we'd change out all air conditioners to green Energy Star air conditioners, that may not be a requirement that other parts of the region have. That's why it's important that we do have that feedback, in my opinion. It's just so that we're not so far out of range. I still think we need to be a leader, but we don't have to win by a lap and a half.
What I'd like to be able to do is show you a comparison of if we were to take the 15% from current levels, what would we have to do versus where would we actually end up if we were taking 30% off of this accelerated growth area? And it may be very much the same area.
Right. Okay.
All right, and just so Steve Rickland knows, how many want a copy of that PowerPoint? Do we all want one?
We can make a copy of it and have it to you at the end of the meeting, or we'll
fine.
take time alone.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for your presentation. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 2, public workshop on the general plan alternatives, and Steve Rickle is going to make that presentation, I believe.
Okay, Jennifer? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. This actually represents tonight the 10th meeting that we've held on the general plan alternatives since they were released at the end of September. It's the 3rd meeting that we've had with the Planning Commission. Over the last couple of weeks, we've met with approximately 2/3 of the city's commissions. We've done several articles in the local newspapers. We've been on the morning show at 2 times on the Spanish-speaking station in Sacramento's Channel 19. We've spent a lot of time trying to get the word out on the general plan alternatives. Tonight, at the beginning of the meeting, I indicated that we summarized on a matrix, which we have additional copies up here, the comments that we've received from the end of October to today. We also have a document that was handed out to the Commission and available online that summarized the comments we received at the public workshop on the 15th of October. Since the last time we got together, which was the 5th of November, we met with the Housing Advisory Commission. We've had other meetings with stakeholders. Tomorrow we meet with our Commission on Aging. Next week we meet with the Youth Commission and the Agricultural Natural Resources Commission on the 30th. Tonight, what I'd like to do as part of our presentation is a couple things. First of all, my report is basically just what I've said in this slide, based on the issues that were raised last time regarding annexation and infrastructure. Bill Panos, our Director of Public Works, is here to talk about the flood program, some FEMA issues, and issues that we face regarding annexation. After that, Steve Paddock will present a paper that he and I worked on recently on annexation policy options that will help you with regard to coming to some of the decisions, hopefully tonight, regarding annexation. At that point in time, and we'll be taking, of course, comments from the Commission anytime during any of those presentations. Then next, we will hear comments from the public on any areas relating to the general plan alternatives. Then we will start with the discussion on annexation, and given the direction of the Planning Commission at the November 5th meeting, we will have 5-minute presentations from the annexation proponents, focusing, of course, on infrastructure and what amenities, special amenities they would be bringing to the city. Then, after the conclusion and hopefully resolution of that area, we will begin with a review of areas of change. And given still that we have a large number of individuals from the Glide, Harbor, Rice, Duluth, and Houston areas are here tonight, we would suggest to the commission beginning with that area and then proceeding to the 14 other areas of change. I would not anticipate that we would get very far tonight. We have 15 areas. If we get through annexation a couple of them tonight, I think that's good progress. The other ones will probably go much easier on the next meeting in December. I also have here with me tonight Chelsea Norton, who is a consultant with Mintier Harnish, as well as some of the staff that has been assisting me on the general plan, Steve Colasani, Dave Tilley, Tom Sheeler with the port, and Mike Bissett, who is our city's floodplain manager. So with that, if there's any questions the commission has before I reintroduce Mr. Panos?
Let's go ahead and proceed then.
Okay, great. Bill? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bill Panos. I'm the Director of Public Works, the city's second largest department. The Public Works Department does all the engineering and construction for the city, Public Works operations, runs the public utilities here in the city, the road systems, and flood control. And so city planner asked me to come before the commission tonight and talk to you a little bit about the flood program and our FEMA issues as it relates to your conversations about the general plan. So thank you for having me this evening. As you know, the city of West Sacramento is located near the confluence of the Sacramento and the American Rivers and is surrounded on all sides by levees. Until recently, we believe to have had nearly 400-year level of flood protection. The city's own investigations have revealed levees that may not provide adequate flood protection when measured against the newest standards developed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The city of West Sacramento is protected on all sides, again, by levees. We're an island. While the city is currently designated by FEMA as a Zone X, new information suggests that the Zone X may not be appropriate. Indeed, FEMA has initiated a remapping process of the area, of the entire region, the state, and the nation. As a possible result of the remapping process, the city could be mapped into a special flood hazard area. A special flood hazard area. The remapping of these areas will require certain flood management practices and flood insurance requirements. As repairs are made to the levees, these mapped areas may see the designation, our Zone X designation, revised. Faced with this critical challenge, the city has developed an aggressive two-pronged approach to protecting the existing population, protecting assets, and restoring the needed level of flood protection. First, partnering with the state of California, the city is attacking many of the sites that most urgently need attention. Second, the city is coordinating with the Army Corps of Engineers and has approved levee projects that have already started in 2008 and has also started a comprehensive levee study with the Army Corps for the remainder of the work to be performed within and around the city. The city is also working to obtain new federal funding authorizations, allowing the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to perform additional levee improvements to achieve a 200-year level of protection. To locally fund these efforts, which are significant, but to locally fund these efforts, the city is the first in California to impose an impact fee on new development to raise money for many flood protection improvements, and a sales tax dedicated to the enhancement of flood protection, and to also pass a new assessment on its residents to raise additional funds for levee improvements. And the citizens have been very supportive of all of those endeavors. The city has developed a sophisticated approach to advertising the risk of flood damage, aggressively getting the word out on risk and encouraging residents to purchase flood insurance. The city has also retained teams of consultants that have proven their ability to quickly study, plan, design, and implement levee improvements. All of West Sacramento is currently designated as a Zone X. In light of previous estimates of high levels of flood protection, the city recognizes that such a zone may not be appropriate in light of the new information. However, rather than wait for the FEMA process to remap the area, the city is working with FEMA and the United States Congress to establish appropriate flood zone designation policies. In fact, our mayor is going back to Washington, D.C. next week to meet with the chairman of the Council of Environmental Quality, and he is leading a national effort to work with the mayor of Dallas on those kinds of flood protection policies. To date, the city is viewed as a model community and is receiving a great amount of cooperation and resources from the federal and state interests. As you can see on the board over there, the council's highest priorities center on promoting the city's flood protection program. The success of the city's flood protection programs depend on strong, positive relationships with a variety of state and federal agencies and legislators. FEMA, DWR, and state and federal legislators are very concerned about any expansions of development into the floodplain and new residential development in deep flood areas, even if protected by levees. The city should do nothing in its plans and actions that would jeopardize our key relationships. This is a very uncertain and constantly changing environment. It is not possible to say with any assurance what actions will harm the program and what actions will promote success. We have detected positive responses to the following considerations. Adopting policies that prohibit expansion of development into the floodplain unless the proposed expansion improves flood protection. Placing a restrictive limit on the number of residential building permits that can be issued annually. Implementing restrictions on residential development in areas subject to flooding and excluding areas subject to deep flooding from new residential development. Requiring the purchase of flood insurance for all new residential structures. Assuring frequent outreach to residents to provide information on flood risk and flood insurance. Continuing to impose a flood protection improvement fee upon any new structures. Adopting strict new codes applicable to the construction of residential structures protected by levees, and updating and implementing emergency management plans. We face a tremendous task in providing flood protection to the entire city. Federal and state policies strongly discourage additional development in flood-prone areas. Adopting a policy or plan to annex territory could potentially jeopardize our support and eligibility for federal and state funding of flood control systems and our hard-won national reputation as a model for how to address flood protection. Any proposal for a sphere of influence beyond the existing city limits should be accompanied with policies that decrease the risk and consequences of flooding. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Bill, for your presentation. Mr. Liebig, do you want to start?
Since you're up there,
Sure.
I'll ask this one now. I have a specific question on the parcel called The Notch. Currently, that is a part of the YOLO bypass. Who would be responsible for doing the studies to determine whether or not annexing that and building it out affects capacity of the flood control development as the YOLO bypass?
A combination of agencies would be responsible for doing that along with other interested parties, both private and public. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, of course, Department of Water Resources, the city would be involved. Other state agencies that could be involved would include the various agencies that we work with on our current flood protection programs, like Park and Rec and other kinds of recreation components. So a number of state agencies, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, half a dozen or so agencies would be responsible for approving, developing, and then approving the plans associated with that, along with private interests and the city.
Has any of this been done to date?
I can't tell you what studies have been done on that particular area to date. There have been studies done. In fact, we are doing some, there is a currently federally authorized U.S. Army Corps of Engineers / city project. By the way, I should have included the reclamation districts in my last response as well. We currently have actually a project going on there to fix what we call a slip repair. It was a repair that was made and that was, how do I put this, insufficient and is now being fixed. Both the original fix and the repair being done by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So there's work there now. There's some studies up there now. Some of it have to do with the current slip repairs. I'm sure there have been, and I can't recall off the top of my head, historic studies of that area. Remember, the Sacramento bypass and the Yolo bypass are engineered systems that were put in decades ago, and there were studies and continue to be studies. I should also say that when we do our general reevaluation of the entire system, that and all of the other levee systems will be reevaluated for the new criteria. So,
Okay, one final question, and then following up on that, the northern expansion area above that, is that also considered part of the bypass area?
so I'm not familiar, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what the term, the northern expansion area, I don't know what the boundaries are, so it's hard to say. Sorry?
North of the Brightware.
Yeah, but bounded by where? I mean, I'd have to see it. to give
Bounded
you-
by the river, not going up quite as far as San Juan Road, about 1,700 acres, so immediately east.
You know,
So we have a map.
without having a map, you know, that whole western, the western side of that area that abuts the bypass would be considered part of the bypass. You know, in the southern part of that area where the Sacramento bypass moves through, that would be considered, you know, another part of another bypass. It's hard to say without me having the drawing in front of me, so
Okay. All,
hope that helps.
I think the question deserves an answer. Maybe we can help you, Bill, by showing you a map of that
Sure.
specific area.
And remember, the city isn't really the agency that's responsible for determining the borders of the bypass. The Department of Water Resources, along with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, makes those determinations, so it's a little hard for us to do that technically.
The reason that I'm going this direction is not only do we have to consider flood protection for the entire city limits, so if we're talking about annexation, we are talking about bringing those areas up to 200-year flood protection. We also need to consider the impact of moving into the bypass, which is considered a flood protection resource. That's what I'm getting at, and the notch moves into that area, reducing flood capacity out there. And I'm curious whether the northern expansion area that hopefully somebody gets a map up here soon also does that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting for a map, you mind if I ask a?
Sure,
go along a
let's
different-
continue with
Thank you.
this discussion.
Thanks, Bill, for the presentation tonight and giving us an overview, a very good overview of kind of where you've been and what your experience has been to date. It's been a question that's been bouncing about at the last commission meeting, but in the past as well, as we kind of thought about overall flood protection on the projects we're looking at. One of the things that comes to mind that you said, and I just need to hear it again to make sure I was clear. You outlined policies that might be, I think you rattled off about 8 to 9 policy statements. And I'm trying to, if you can back up, are those policy statements that are currently we're running on the assumption of, are those policies we're currently abiding by, or you put out the fact that you put out the fact that you were looking, you said initially that, I'm sorry if I'm having a hard time getting to this, Bill, but you said early on in your presentation that one way to abide by that is if we said any consideration of expansion or annexation, it only makes sense if it adds to the overall flood protection of the city. Is that your recommendation, or is that just sort of I'm trying to understand what that is, because then further down the line we talk about it could cause harm towards our negotiation or our dance with the various state and federal agencies. I'm just trying to reconcile this.
Okay, let me try and clarify the first part, and then we'll go to the second, and we'll try and reconcile. What I said was, we've detected in our interactions with all of the stakeholder agencies, the Department of Water Resources, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, United States Congress, others, we have detected positive responses to the following sort of policies. And those are in conversations that we've had with them about a variety of different issues. Over the last 2 years, we've talked about a number of different aspects of our flood control program with a variety of different people, both not only here in the state, but regionally and nationally. And these are in these agencies. These are policymakers and leaders of these various agencies. We've been fortunate to have access to all of the leadership of these various agencies. And talking to them and talking about our situation, these are some of the things that we've detected a positive response from them about. That's the first part of that. And the first one was, that you referred to, was adopting policies that prohibit expansion of development into the floodplain unless the proposed expansion improves flood protection. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And then I want to reconcile it with you. Now, what was the other part that you wanted to?
Well, later on, you talk about what could cause harm to those negotiations, and it was very stark, I don't say a stark contrast, but in essence, we don't even want to bring it up or have it brought up in our planning, because it's outside of that. Is that correct?
I think I found that part, so let me read that too.
Okay, thank you.
Adopting a policy or plan to annex territory could potentially jeopardize our support, eligibility for federal and state funding of flood control systems, and hard-won reputation as a model, national model actually, for how to address flood protection.
In our conversations, I'm concerned about two things. Well, I don't want to say concerned is a tough word. In our conversations, we are talking about our city limits to Mr. Liebig's point of view or perspective. When we're talking about our plan and where we're going, we're talking about our city limits.
That's correct.
We're not even talking about the northern part of the city that are not any part, north of the city as possible. It hasn't been brought up yet, I'm assuming.
No.
Okay. And neither has a southern portion that's being proposed.
In these conversations, no. I mean, there have been other considerations. I mean, you know, I've had similar conversations as staff, both the planning folks and we have had conversations with private developers and others over those issues. But in terms of the statement that I've made and in terms of the references that I'm making, those are related to conversations that we've had with government agencies that have the authority to fund and to give permits for our current program, that have, you know, a stake,
right,
a direct line stake in our current program, the ability to give us, frankly, eligibility for funding,
right,
and to keep us that way.
And to your point, our local, we have been fairly, as a city, proactive in the funding levels, which, again, I have to assess, I know we kind of threw money through our assessments and our sales tax and the fee impact.
Yeah.
But we're really, I mean, I'm getting the sense that this is all based on our city limits. And so, to your point earlier, because as a general statement, that any annexation, which is, I think we're getting to understanding what they're going to talk to us about, I mean, we're still talking about possible more flood protection should we go anywhere north or south, because it's not being considered at this point.
That's correct. It's above and beyond. The current estimates vary because it's one of the most, it is the most complex.
And I want to be clear, we don't have a number because we don't know what we have to fix yet, correct?
It varies considerably, but it's between $400 and $500 million, and that's just for the area around the city. That doesn't include any other areas around this, you know, any other annex areas. It just includes the ring levee system that currently exists around the city. That is by far the largest infrastructure project we've ever done and probably will ever do. About 50% of that needs to come from the federal government, or about $260 to $280 million. To do that, we need a congressional authorization, which we are pursuing now. The remaining half, about half of that half, comes from the state government, 120 to 150 million, something like that. And the remainder, and what I was referring to is our contribution comes from those three sources. And that'll be anywhere from 90 to 120, 110 million dollars, something like that. Based on current estimates, it varies, but it goes up every year we wait. So, so we need to use those three sources to raise our local share, and our local share is matched with the state share. Our local and state shares are matched with the federal share, which is why we have to work with all of these various agencies in a variety of different policy issues, funding issues, you know, while we're moving forward on the program.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, yeah.
Other questions? Commissioner Gallman?
Bill, thank you again for that frank assessment of what we're doing and the possible effects of some of these alternatives. But I thought I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that that expansion wouldn't make sense unless there were certain assurances, given that it wouldn't affect the current levies or the funding sources or what we're trying to do. Did I not hear that?
I've said that in a couple of different ways. One, adopting policies that
You
prohibit.
talked about some assurances that you would, that would need to be had.
Right, unless the proposed expansion improves flood protection.
Right,
That
okay,
one.
all right, so I wasn't sure what, I might have missed that part, so that's, unless it, okay. Okay, is there anything else, any other assurances you'd be looking for, or?
Tough question.
All
Any other assurances that we would be looking for?
Unless it didn't affect,
It's not just up to us. You know, we are one partner with stakeholders, and they have economic stake in these programs. So the answer to that question is not just up to us, it's up to the state and the federal government as well, and their commissions and boards and, you know,
Sure.
some of their stakeholder groups. So it's not just what we need, it's what all of the partnership needs. And from their perspectives, they're going to say what the region needs. Remember, we're not here in isolation. These levee systems are, you know, moving, breathing entities. We have to consider what we do here and its effect on the city across the river. We have to consider what we do here and the bypass. We have to consider what we do here in the Deepwater Ship Channel. And we have to consider what we do here on the Delta. And so all of those things are being considered by those agencies and us at the same time we're trying to fund and run a construction project around our city. So it's kind of hard to answer that question, just myself.
I actually missed that last part of the first one, so thank you.
Anybody else while he's up?
And maybe just one quick question.
Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Yeah, Bill, fascinating to listen to all this. It gets me even more confused as I go. But is the bottom line of this thing that if we annex in property, we could jeopardize some of our funding?
It's hard for us to say, as I mentioned, with any assurance, because of the changing conditions and what we've learned to date. And we've been doing this now for a number of years, getting ready for this project. We're sure that we can't tell what's going to harm the program and what actions will promote success. We're very cautious about what it is we're doing because of that. So I can't tell.
But you'd be concerned if we annexed. Likewise, though, could somebody annex into this city if they repaired all the levees themselves around their property? Would that?
I can't answer that question again because the city is not in a position to make those kinds of decisions. The federal and mostly state Department of Water Resources would make those kinds of decisions. By the way, and I've even, you know, I should be talking about FEMA too, because they're an integral part of all of this, and their programs for mapping are significant and have a significant effect over the ability of communities to have a levee that's fixed.
Right.
Or not.
Okay. I think I got the gist of it. Thank you.
Anybody? Go ahead.
Hi, Bill. Jumping back to me, I'll skip over the bypass issue.
Okay.
And
Got my map.
Go back to infrastructure. Given that's also part of your position.
Sure.
One thing that we have to look at is for an expansion area or an area to be annexed, it needs to be cost neutral, or at a minimum cost neutral. The evaluation of alternatives actually said that the expansion areas would be the least expensive because they're greenfield. Now, would you characterize the development of the expansion areas as least expensive, given the city's policies for infrastructure and the cost neutral part and flood protection requirements?
I can't answer that, and the reason I can't is because I haven't studied it as much as some of the planning folks and others, and I wasn't really prepared to do that. Tonight I really was focusing on the FEMA flood protection aspects of it. I'd love to answer it, but I can't.
Okay.
Anybody else? Thank you, Bill, for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
And obviously, you understand the dilemma we have. I think there's a lot of interest. The culmination of this work that the city's been doing with the consultant has the option C that talks about expanding at least our plans, not necessarily endorsing annexation at this time, but just including them in the general plan. At the same time, everybody that lives in West Sacramento is crossing their fingers and hoping that FEMA doesn't remap West Sacramento, because there's probably very little difference between West Sacramento and Natomas, and currently there's a moratorium on building in Natomas till they get their flood protection to 200-year capacity. So what I'm hearing you say is, even though you don't have all the answers, you're the flood guy. I mean, you represent the city as far as the expertise and in this area, and we're looking to you for some kind of indication as to if we're going to roll the dice in this crapshoot, that we have the odds in our favor, so that whatever we do in the general plan doesn't impact our number one priority, and that's flood protection right now. We're not going to have any economic growth unless we have the ability to develop. And so what I'm hearing you say, and you've been asked 4 or 5 different times from different commissioners what the impacts are, but what I'm understanding you to say is that it could be very detrimental to the city to include the potential expansion in our general plan, the way the FEMA and the feds and the state would be looking at us, as far as you indicated, we're kind of a model because of we're assessing ourselves, and we're if we had a better economy right now, we'd be building and we'd be collecting dollars to spend, but we're not getting much dollars right now, and Natomas is still like 3 years away from getting their appropriate designation. So what I'm understanding you to say is that there's a possibility, or I don't want to say probability, but there's a decent chance that these folks that control the money would look unfavorably to the city. And even before we got too far in the general plan review, I remember the comments and the discussions that here we are with this issue that we have right now. We're talking about being a Del Lago or one of these other, some other type of annexation. What do we want as a city? And so is there a way, in your opinion, Bill, that we could move forward in considering the potential of going north and south in our, like, sphere of influence, or in our planning, as far as our planning is concerned, without jeopardizing the potential of the resources that we need from the state and the federal government? Is there a way that we can do this, in your opinion, to keep these 3 projects on the horizon, a distant horizon, without impacting our short-term needs?
I don't know that answer to that question. I don't know enough about your planning, the planning process and where you are and where these proposals are to give you that answer. I can tell you that the first part of what you said, which is there's a potential there that this could risk it, it's true, that there is. And I would agree with that part, that there's a potential there that it could affect these agencies that have authority over the flood programs, the FEMA, the federal agencies, FEMA, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Department of Water Resources. How to go about doing that, the balance between those things, I don't know enough about it to be able to give you, a sort of a comprehensive answer. But I can tell you that there's a risk there.
Okay. All right. Any more questions? Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, sort of a follow-up to Mr. Panos' presentation, you have a memo from Mr. Reckler and myself regarding the annexation policy directions, options. We realize this is a very difficult decision. It's a decision that dated back to the original general plan in 1990, when frankly we didn't have a lot of pressure. We didn't have these issues that we were facing. We wanted to have control over the areas around the city, north and south. So we did adopt a policy, which I've included on the second page, which has been unchanged since then, that's generally favorable to wanting to expand and annex up to, in fact, as far as I-5 Elkhorn to the north area, and then to Bevel Slough to the south. And it doesn't say the Notch, but I think the Notch has always been sort of in the mix in that. This is a very important decision, and I think a very difficult decision, because a lot of different factors are weighing on it. And we felt that while we're in the discussion of the map, what I've heard a lot from a lot of people is a lot of them don't really want to give a yes/no answer to this. I mean, that's a simple yes, you put it in the map or you don't put it in the map. Well, it's more complicated than that. And so Mr. Rickland and I, to try to perhaps, set some presence and provide you with some choices, have come up with 5 sort of policy options or directional options for amending or changing the policy if you wanted to. And they really cover the whole gamut. We have intentionally tried to make them cover the gamut of the possible choices. The first is, it's a policy language we've had for a while that really just sort of addresses the fact that if development is to occur in this northern south areas adjacent to the city, we want it to be in the city when it happens. Option 2 is to essentially develop a policy that establishes criteria under which we would consider annexations. And this is coming from discussion that we have heard at the City Council, at the Planning Commission, in terms of, okay, we want development, it needs to be at least revenue neutral. We don't want to be spending money from the existing city on either infrastructure or services, that we need to achieve a 200-year level of protection here with the existing city first, and that the only way we would consider annexing area is if it materially contributes to solving that problem for the existing city. And certainly that the annexing area must have 200-year protection prior to development taking place. And again, that any funding for flood improvements in the annexing areas can't be competing with funding for levees to protect the existing city. And another issue that comment I've heard is that the annexing area should bring some other kind of special benefit to the city, not just more of what we already have, but something unique, special, adding to the city. These options, certainly they don't rule each other out. You can mix and match or pick. We're just sort of stating some possible approaches. Option 3, no annexation. Basically, the city will not consider annexation of these lands, period. I will tell you quite honestly, and I think Mr. Panos will back me up, if you were to ask our partners, DWR, FEMA, Army Corps, which alternative should you pick, they will say 3. They will say no annexation because it's their mindset. They're in the flood protection business. They don't believe in development under levees. They would probably tell us they just as soon we didn't develop anymore in Southport. And that's just where they're coming from. And we've seen that time and time again. I've heard sort of a mantra from these folks. There are only 2 kinds of levees: levees that have failed and levees that will fail. And that's just their mindset. But that doesn't mean that's what we should do just because that's their mindset. We have to look at our mindset. The other option would be to indicate it as an urban reserve, which says, yeah, we'll look at it at some point, not soon, sometime when we've done some more in terms of building out our waterfront in our existing areas and infill and finished more of development in Southport. Maybe it's 10 years out, maybe it's 20 years out, depending on the market. And finally, a 5th annex option, which basically say, yeah, bring it on. Let's go ahead and annex these properties as soon as they're ready and as soon as they can answer the issues that have been raised. And so again, we're not recommending any one of these. We're just sort of trying to lay out some starting points for discussion. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, commissioners?
I do, and I'm not sure if this is the, thank you. I'm not sure this is the appropriate time. And I know this has been, we've talked about this before, and maybe I need a primer because the annexation process, and it's laid out on your memo you left us today on kind of what our existing policy and implementation program is. We have to go through a process and go through LAFCO for approval of a adoption of a sphere of influence, correct? So there still is kind of the general plan process is just what we're laying out is, possibly laying out, is just that we need a plan for this area. We're going to designate some land use designation for it. At its extreme, if we adopt Measure C, is that right? That's what we're doing but we're not annexing, we're just saying that.
That is exactly correct. We're just looking at the policy and options for consideration of the three alternatives tonight. As the commission knows, the existing sphere of influence in the city limits are conterminous, but our current planning area extends 15 miles both north and south of the area. However, we have never done a full EIR on any of the expansion area north or south. So tonight, if the Planning Commission decided, for example, to foster or recommend language to approve language regarding annexation, ultimately the City Council approved it, we would study as part of the preferred alternative and analyze the EIR fully in the case of either the three areas that are up before you tonight or the entire expansion area of the city as laid out in the 1990 general plan.
Okay.
And then essentially we would have to, we would say, basically, we want to zone these properties this way. We would have to go to LAFCO, we would have to request their approval, we would negotiate with the county. We would essentially be pre-zoning the property. If LAFCO approved it and it was annexed into the city, only then would the zoning take place.
Is part of the argument we're hearing with expansion and annexation is what you brought up, which is the sphere of influence and controlling our borders north and south. Based on what you said, I'm not sure we don't already have some amount of control over that, or at least some influence. Am I hearing you wrong? I mean,
You're hearing me correctly.
the fact that's coming up is that I'm hearing is that the county can come in and do something on north of the city, or without us having much of a say about it. I'm not sure that's a true statement. That may be an overstatement of what I've heard, but if somebody wanted to take the northern piece of land and do something, we still have some say in that, would we not?
Are you talking if the county wanted to do a development
Yes.
within our planning area? Yes, we would definitely comment on when the county general plan went forward. And I think we had a discussion before the Planning Commission on the county general plan, definitely one before the City Council. I think it was last November. One of the proposals of the county is they want to develop a commercial area just adjacent to the airport, just immediate north of our planning area, and we made our comments known on that issue.
Okay.
But they are not proposing, of course, at this point in time, any development either north to the city, encroaching in our planning area, or south of the city, encroaching in our planning area.
But I would have to clarify, technically, if the county wanted to come in and turn that land into development within the county, we could protest, we could scream and yell, we could do what we could to sue and challenge their EIRs, but they would have the right to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I interrupt
No, go ahead.
not interrupt, but just get some clarification, because we're talking about planning area and sphere of influence, and maybe you can tell us the difference. It's my understanding that our sphere of influence north is to Monument Bend and south is to Babel Slough.
No,
No.
that's not
Our
correct.
sphere of influence is
It's
our city
currently our
limits.
city limits. Our planning area, which was the area we did in 1990, as well as in this general plan, extends north of the city, approximately covers an area of about 11 square miles, and then south of the city, a much smaller area. So the total amount, city's about 22 square miles. The total amount of our planning area that we've identified as a planning area is 37, but our sphere of influence is exactly conterminous with our city limits.
I would point out that sphere of influence is a commonly misunderstood term. In LAFCO, a sphere of influence is the area in which a city expects to annex and develop. It's not a sphere of quote-unquote influence as it sounds. It means, in the law, you intend to annex into that area and develop it.
Any other comments, questions?
I have one. I
Ms.
just,
Sand?
I really appreciate the policy direction options you give it to us. I think it'll help shape our conversation. For me, it seems like there's two kinds of options before us. One is the, what do we want to do? Either no, or the urban reserve, or encourage, which is kind of a what. And then there's, it seems like there's another set, which is how we would approach it, which is the criteria. So it seems like they could be blended in a way. We could
Yes.
say we wanted an urban reserve, and when it got there, we wanted it to follow these criteria that we've established. So we
Yes.
could add, we could blend
Yes,
those
you
in the.
could definitely blend.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. What we're going to do next, we're going to have a presentation, not next though, by each of the proponents for the annexation or potential annexations. But before we do that, we're going to ask for comments from the public, and we do have a number of slips here regarding that. And I'm going to start with, pardon me?
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the comment is open to any issue regarding the general plan alternatives, not just regarding the annexation issue that we discussed. So just for clarification for members of the audience who may be uncertain about this comment period, and we'd encourage them to, first of all, fill out a slip, and if they wish, identify themselves, so we can make certain that your comments are included as part of our summary of comments. And for those of you who do not have a summary of comments, we have those available, and hopefully we've summarized your comments accurately as they appeared before the Council Planning Commission and other groups.
Okay, and we can reconsider that. I mean, we could let the presentations go first and then take general comments, but
Most
that's
certainly,
the
once
order you
again,
set
that's
it up in, and we'll do
just
that.
an
We'll do
option
that.
of the,
First speaker, Jim Brandenburger.
Good evening. I'm really not sure about the annexation of Harbor Boulevard, particularly Houston Street, Galveston, and Glide, what we've set up there. I've never really gotten a response as to what they want to do with this land where all our shops are and stuff. I'd heard that it was going to be something for multi-tenant residential. I've heard it was for housing that's they need to put in there, and we haven't heard. I've been over there quite a while, been over 35 years on Galveston Street, and I have several shops. One of them was Manocero's Glass, where the city bought out a bookstore that was risque down there, and they got rid of the bookstore, and Manacero Glass happened to be on the same property, so they moved them over to one of my places. I took a trip around the area this morning, and on Houston Street and Galveston, well, Galveston, there's no vacancies. On Houston Street, there's one sign that someone was moving out and a place was available. We have an awful lot of small businesses that contribute to the area here. And I was just wondering why they want to change it from heavy industrial to light industrial. And I don't know if this is the proper time for anybody to give me a response to that. When we were at the city council, I believe it was on the 4th of this month, one of the councilmen members had asked if anyone had come out to speak to any of the people that have businesses and stuff there. And I guess they had not, and I was kind of expecting somebody to come by, but we haven't had anybody come by. So we'd like it to stay just the way it is, of course, and unless I can get some direction as to why they feel they have to change that, I'm open. So.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments, and before we adjourn tonight, we'll be discussing that area. I can pretty much assure you of that. We're going to take other comments, but this has been brought, this concern you have was brought up at our last workshop, and it's been brought up with the city council. We'll be discussing that this evening. So
Okay.
you can rest assured of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, BJ Gear, is it? You know, that's twice I've mispronounced your name. I'm sorry.
It's okay, but I'm here at West Sacramento for 20 years. I asked you same question I was asking last meetings, and so far I don't have no answer. I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys are gonna have some kind of answer this week. And I don't know what to do and where to go. And we like to keep that Glide and Rice Avenue, everything was for 20 years. We'd like to keep the same way. Thank you.
You're welcome. And again, we will be addressing that this evening. Terry Warford?
Mr. Chairman and Commission, I'm here on behalf of the same subject, and we're on Rice Avenue with Dollar Tail Company. It's a family business, been there before you were a city. You've heard all that before. We just want to say that we'd like to keep everything the way it is, and maybe tonight there's some answers or something. Thanks.
Thank you. And you will be getting some answers tonight. Dan Ramos?
Good evening, Ron, and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Dan Ramos, representing Vina del Lago and also some other properties we have up north. And I wanted to put this thing in perspective, but I'm here to answer Bill Panos' question back then, because we're here doing the general plan, and we're looking at a long perspective here, and that's what you guys are in charge of. You have a very broad view, very long view. It's all about this community, what we're going to do here. As you know, we worked very hard back in the early 80s to get to the incorporation of this community, and we brought our own destiny to be here with West Sacramento Incorporated. And we took this under our control here. Because of constraints, as you know, we have a river on one side and the bypass the other. We can only go two ways in this community here. We do have an alternative C, but put things in perspective here. It's all about perspective and timeline there. Matter of fact, there's two, in Steve's thing, there's option 2 and option 4. I think option 5 should really be part of option 2. So this is basically 2 and 4. But we're talking about perspective. We have a great flood team here working right now. And Bill and Mike, Ken Rusich, he's exactly right, award-winning, doing all the right things. And they're in the troops, and they're dealing with these bureaucrats that only think flood. You guys got to get, you're beyond flood a little bit here. We just had a little bit of talk about global warming and all this stuff here that Steve just did beforehand. How do you solve that? Well, you develop closer to the core. That's what West Sacramento's contributed to Yellow County. Yellow County looked at that, and we did the blueprinting. They wanted more development here in West Sacramento. We're closer to the urban core, closer to the transit areas here. So we're a big, we're going to be a big problem solver for this whole global warming thing if we do it right. So it's kind of, we got to look at this perspective here. They're talking about development. We haven't done again the whole on Greenfield stuff up in there. So I hope I'm not offending anybody over here on out in Dunnigan there. But anyway, it's important that we preserve our ability to go forward. Option 2 really does that. It's about timing. Our timeline on this flood stuff is probably about 2020, 2022, 2025. Our general plan goes 2030, and the blueprint plan goes 2050. But it's important we send a signal to that county, hey, we want to control that area up there, and the timing and when we do it. It's important that we do that. That's the only place we got to go. And I guess I'm going to give you a quick example. I'm probably going to run out of time real quick. Just going to the south right there. John's going to get up here in a little bit and tell you the Vina del Lago plan. But an alternative plan, very easily done there. Erickson Communities does this all throughout the United States, is to go in that, we got about 500 acres right where the blueprint plant said, we were right next to the sewer lift station there. We could build a beautiful lake out there, scrape it, build up a pad of about 65 acres, up 15 feet, bolster a whole southern levee there, be out of the floodplain, add to the value of our flood protection, bring on a neat senior community, high density, the whole works. So there's great alternatives here. So don't close your mind in terms of our options. Keep them open, and that's alternative two, I think would work very well. Yeah. And I wish I had more time, because I got a lot more to say about up north, but I'll let it go.
Thank you, Dan. I don't have any other slips besides John Tallman, and he's going to be one of the presenters tonight. And I think what we'll do then is start with your project, John, and
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond very, very briefly to the comments that were made, and I'll do them sort of generically. But to Mr. Brandenburg, Mr. Gear, and Mr. Wolford, some of which testified before the City Council and Planning Commission meeting, just so there's certainty again, tonight's Planning Commission meeting is to make recommendations to the City Council, but for those of you who were present at the November 4th meeting, you heard a majority of the council, if not the entire council, very clearly indicate that they would not support any changes in land use designations to the Glide, Rice, Houston, Harbor Boulevard area at this time for a number of reasons. However, be that, and also comments from the Planning Commission at the November 5th meeting. So just so that's clear, the Planning Commission, as Mr. Brandenburg, or the City Council, as Mr. Brandenburg did point out, did ask staff to meet with the owners at a later point in time. That has not taken place. I've talked to several of the owners at this point in time, but that will take place in the future. But I just wanted to clarify that, and I recognize Dan Ramos's comments are noted, but wanted to make sure that is clear, and we will get to a discussion of the Glide area after the annexation area later tonight.
thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm not sure if all three of the proponents plan on making presentations. I know that John Tallman plans on doing that, and Mr. Carpenter, are you going to make a presentation? Okay, great. And then Mr. Hawkins, are you going to make a presentation as well? Okay, we'll start with Mr. Tallman and the Vino del Lago.
Chair Morazzini, members of the Planning Commission, my name is John Tallman. I'm representing the Vina del Lago project. This evening, I left for you some information that's really intended to show some of the effort that's gone into the planning on the Vina del Lago area. As most of you know, that property has been in various stages of the entitlement process for about the last 4.5 years. Actually, truthfully, going back to about 1991, when originally an EIR came before the Planning Commission and was certified or approved at that time for something called Riviera Lakes. The information here, the first few pages are really intended to give you a sense of some thematic elements, some design criteria, how we would want to make open space really an important component, make it part of the fabric of the community, not just something left off to the side or detail not provided. The remainder of the information, there's a land plan in there, but there's also information. There have been some questions about infrastructure. There have been questions about levees. There have been questions about circulation and things like that. And that information is in there for you. I'm not going to go into those details unless that's your choices this evening. I'm sensing that after Mr. Panos' presentation, that might not be high on your list. But my intent tonight is to describe the Vina del Lago proposal to you. But I want to preface my comments with, this is our vision. This is a plan we've been working on. We've been looking for the opportunity to have the concept vetted before your body for some time. And so we're open to ideas other than what you'll hear from us this evening. Vina del Lago is a 1,500 unit master plan community. It's targeted to active adults. Part of the reason for that, circulation, traffic is an issue. Active adult communities generate 2/3 fewer trips per day than a typical subdivision will provide. Further, most residents of an active adult community will utilize something other than the automobile to make internal trips. And as we've presented to some of you over the years, we have ideas. We think that the Yolo Short Line rail corridor, the Rails to Trails project, while a fantastic place for equestrian, walking and biking trails, there's also the opportunity for other uses. That's 100 feet wide. An NEV corridor, for example, might be something that would benefit Yarborough, River Park, and the areas further south in Southport that might not realistically ever see some type of major transit coming down. But you could afford folks the opportunity to be able to travel in something other than the automobile, and it runs right to the high school, and it runs right to the Southport Town Center, and it's realistic to believe that people could do some of their daily shopping and retail needs along that corridor. The senior market the senior component of our society is the fastest growing demographic. Active adult communities are lifestyle decisions, much like someone who chooses to live in a golf course community or makes a decision to live in a loft in downtown. It's a lifestyle choice that folks 55 and over choose to make. Why have it in Yolo County? There's not another opportunity in Yolo County for active adult currently proposed. In Sacramento County, the active adult communities are outselling conventional market rate housing on a rate of 3 to 1. There's a demand for it. People are looking for it. If they don't have it in Yolo County, they pick up and leave. And those folks have time, which equals volunteer hours and opportunities to give back to the community. They also have disposable income, which helps the economic condition in our community. The proposal also includes an aging in place or life care facility intended to provide from assisted living through skilled nursing, 150 beds in the community, intended really to be able to allow people who choose to move here, if they do find the need for additional care, that they have a location to go to and not have to give up their social environment. It keeps them vested, it keeps them connected to the community. Lastly, around the neighborhood is planned around a hotel and conference center, a boutique hotel along the lines of a project called Wine and Roses in the wine area of Lodi. The proximity to the Sacramento River, the location of the proposed Yarborough Golf Course, the wine tasting opportunities. We think it's an ideal location for a small conference facility to host conferences for businesses and agencies in the state of California, doing business in downtown Sacramento. There is no other facility like that within an hour's drive of Sacramento, unless you want to be in sort of an impersonal hotel conference room in a nondescript location in downtown. Lastly, we would intend that the design would follow the principles of LEED neighborhood design, and we'd also pursue sustainability components such as orientation of housing along a 15-degree east-west orientation to maximize the opportunity for renewable energy source, passive solar, and those types of elements in the home design. I mentioned the infrastructure. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but sewer is right there on the site. The lift station's there. Sewer extension's not an issue. This property really represents a logical extension of infrastructure when Yarborough and River Park move forward. That infrastructure gets moved down closer to the property. The extension of water to the site is the only major off-site infrastructure that would need to be brought to the site. Some roadway improvements and storm drainage will be taken care of on-site and distributed into Glide Lake as part of the RD 765 service area. Flood protection. In the packet that I provided to you, you'll see a description of 3 potential levee alternatives, bringing value to the city. Mr. Panos discussed that the project would have to enhance flood protection. In the location where we are, there are 3 agencies or 3 groups that are looking for flood protection solutions. The city with the Southern Cross levee, Regional SAN with the pump station being in a location that does not have and has been mapped as not having certified levees, and of course the Vineyard del Lago project. There's an opportunity for those 3 to come together and plan a comprehensive solution that not only benefits our project, but also benefits the city and Regional SAN in terms of a less expensive solution to flood protection. The southern expansion of the city, to our south, our immediate south, all of that land from there to Babel Slough is in a permanent conservation easement, or the vast majority of it is, thereby preventing any further southern expansion. This really is the last expansion area available to the city. I mentioned the transit opportunities, and again, our vision for the future. I had my comment card in there earlier because I did want to, if I could, just take a moment more and address a comment that Mr. Panos made. I agree. First of all, I acknowledge Mr. Panos' expertise on this subject. I acknowledge that he is well-respected throughout the region, the nation, for his knowledge, as along with Michael Bissett and the rest of the flood team. They are doing an outstanding job. And I have no doubt that the Department of Water Resources would say, we don't want you to annex, and we really don't want you to even develop in the southern part of Southport. But that's one state agency. These areas north and south of the city are part of the SACOG blueprint. The Sacramento region is going to see 1 million people come to this region by 2050. Many of the areas in the blueprint are in areas that are in floodplains, expected to develop in these floodplains. And I would imagine if the Attorney General's office or Cal EPA or Office of Planning and Research were asked that same question, they would say we need to find a solution. Because as Mr. Paytek discussed at the very beginning of the meeting about climate change and global warming, if these people don't live in these areas around West Sac or Natomas or in areas close to employment, they're moving to Arbuckle and Dunnigan and Colusa County and further north in Sutter County or up the 50 corridor or the 80 corridor. That doesn't help a global warming condition. That puts people further away from employment. It forces longer commutes, requires more infrastructure further away from the core of our community. So while I recognize the challenge that's before you, I think a decision about annexation that would include discussions about true guiding principles, true performance standards for an annexation proposal is something that you should consider. And again, the policy decision tonight, it's not a policy decision. It's should we look at this big area and then study it in our EIR? And then after the EIR is done, if FEMA raises an issue or DWR, or you look at it and the infrastructure can't support those areas, then you don't include that area in your general plan. You take it out. But if you don't plan for it today and you put up a big levee and the roads don't go through there, you'll never have the opportunity to come back to those areas. I appreciate your attention. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, John.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, before you do leave, I guess I have one. In the presentation that staff made about options, the revision option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, did you get a chance to look at those, or?
Yeah, I do have a copy of that.
Okay.
I think Dan Ramos, I think I would echo his comments. I think option 2, where is consistent with what I was saying about setting up some performance standards or some criteria by which annexation would occur. I think the city does need to stake its claim, because the state and the county aren't going to make it easier for the city in the long term. But I think that a decision tonight that would include some criteria by which annexation would be allowed to occur would be appropriate.
All right, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next, George Carpenter. And this is the Far North project here. And
Jennifer, if I could ask you to set
and
the
Mr.
clock
Hawkins
to
are going to
10
make a joint
minutes.
presentation of that?
That's what we were going to try to do. I put together a presentation in conjunction with the Sierra Holdings people. And so if you wouldn't mind if we combined our time, and then at the very end, Vinton has one little aspect of the presentation that's relevant to his property that isn't relevant to the north. And so, we'd ask if we could just kind of combine our efforts, and we'll try to be done in less than 10 minutes.
Okay, and could I maybe ask you to, you're probably going to do this anyway, but Commissioner Liebig had some questions about flow and that sort of thing that you folks might be able to address as far as making alterations to the bypass and what impact that might have.
Sure. And once they pull the slide up for me, I actually put together some images that would help explain that. So I'd be happy to go through that. And I understand that the clerk will do or will I be doing that? Well, I'm George Carpenter on behalf of Wind Communities, and we have approximately 1,800 acres north of the bypass. And with me tonight is Vinton Hawkins from Sierra Holdings. They control the property that's commonly referred to as the Notch. And then also with me is Kent Ramos, who owns property that is adjacent to ours and was part of the general plan amendment application that we filed in 2007. And his property is also located in the area. So what's before the commission are these 3 land use alternatives. I wanted to give some perspective because I think you're being asked some very difficult questions that I think it's a little bit early for you to answer. This is giving staff direction on a preferred land use alternative to then spend a year to study to see if it makes sense as to whether you ought to approve it, And when you do that study, that's when you develop your policies regarding annexation and whether you ought to be doing annexation and what the criteria for annexation would be. And so, the EIR process that goes on over the next year is an iterative process that informs you as decision makers and gives you the context to make that decision. And so, I want to kind of just piggyback on what Mr. Tallman said at the end of his presentation is you're just giving staff direction on what to study tonight. You're not really making any firm decision on future annexation. I've been before the commission asking for you to consider a hybrid of B and C, and we control the area that's the C property, which are been shown on these in the alternative C. It's when we control the properties to the north. And so one thing that was brought up earlier tonight was control your own destiny. And this exhibit here shows, I know in some of the past planning commission discussions what the context of where these properties were. And so this shows you where Vina del Lago is at the southern end of the city, and then shows you where the Notch area is, and then the dark brown is what we control in the northern expansion area. And you can see what those look like with it, where the city of Woodland and Davis are. And we really think it makes a lot of sense to have land use control over those areas, and have the ability to plan the land uses there so that the county doesn't plan land use there and that it's appropriate for what should be at the edge of the city. Our property in the north is strategically located. You can see on this exhibit here where the Notch is and where the project site is. A lot of people don't realize the area we're talking about is closer to downtown Sacramento than Arco Arena. It's, it's beyond the Sacramento bypass, but it's actually really not that far as the crow flies. And it's closer than Sac State. It's closer than the south half of Southport to the downtown area. And what's important, though, is connectivity. And so what I've put together here is an exhibit to show you how the north area connects to the rest of the region. What you can see on here is where I-80 and US 50 come through the city of West Sacramento. And there would be for these areas to develop, there have to be interchanges at Enterprise and Reed Avenue. Would have to be reworked to have the capacity to be able to get traffic into the Notch area and into the north expansion area. And then up at Elkhorn, up at the top of the page, you'd have to have another connection point up there come down. But what that provides is ultimately an opportunity for the city to have a future connection all the way to the north and to points north on I-5 and to a more convenient connection up to the airport. And this is one of the things that if you go to the north, it keeps open this opportunity. And I'm not saying this can happen, and I'm not saying this will happen in the next couple of years, but when you do a general plan, you take a long-term view of it, and this is the kind of opportunity you have going to the north. This is a blow-up of that exhibit, and you can see also the rail lines that are located in this area. And I'll point out two of them. One is the one that runs up through the northern expansion area. It's owned by Sierra Northern Railroad. And that has actual rail that runs right down to the West Capitol area, and you could theoretically make a connection down to the future multimodal center in downtown Sacramento. But what this points out is that there are already in place opportunities for non-vehicular transportation in and out of the northern expansion area if that were to happen. And then I'd point out the one that runs through the Notch area, the Triangle area, that could be over near the Raley Field area, could be realigned and run through the Notch area, or right near the Notch area, which would then help eliminate rail traffic through the Triangle. And so that opportunity is available by allowing the Notch property to proceed. One of the things that's important here is jobs-housing balance. Going to the north doesn't just mean housing, and it doesn't just mean employment areas. This is the land plan. It's a kind of a big bubble diagram for the Notch area. But this area is 500 acres, and it's got 100 acres of heavy industrial, like 142 acres of light industrial, 200 acres of business park, community commercial. But if you use some rough assumptions, you could theoretically come up with 7 million square feet of building space and 15,000 new jobs in this area over the build out of it. But what you need to be able to attract those types of employers is you need a mixed-use community. And so if you have the Notch area in conjunction with the northern expansion area, the two can work together. They can work together through sharing infrastructure costs to make sure that they stay revenue neutral, and they can also work together to provide the type of housing that would need for the employers, and then have places where people could live and work in the same community without having to drive. Probably the most important thing, and the thing that really was the highlight of tonight's discussion, is the discussion regarding flood protection. And so this exhibit here shows the system as it's right around the Sacramento area. The Fremont Weir is to the north, and the Sacramento bypass is an area we've discussed earlier. The Fremont Weir is the top area where water spills into the Yolo bypass at flood stage. And then the Sacramento bypass is another area where water is let out of the Sacramento River into the bypass. One of the things that we think is a really good opportunity here is to try to take advantage of the Sacramento bypass. These red arrows show you how the water flows in a typical river flow event. Water comes through the American River through Sacramento, and it runs down the Sacramento River, and they join and continue on down the Sacramento River. But in high flood stages, what happens is the water from the American River actually starts flowing north and flowing up through the Sacramento bypass. And we have talked with DWR and other flood control agency officials, and they like the idea of a flood control improvement that affects the whole region, and that isn't just armoring levees and in-place improvements, but something that helps the entire system. And so by controlling the area to the north and putting it ultimately within the city sphere and annexing allows you to control land use, and it keeps that flood control structure within your boundaries. And that is the type of thing that could help flood protection efforts for the entire city. In talking with some engineers, they thought widening the bypass could theoretically lower water surface elevation in the Sacramento River around the city up to 18 inches. And right now I understand that water surface elevation is not the main issue, it's more about the levee structures themselves, but if the Army Corps of Engineers continues to change its flood protection criteria, or it goes from 200 to 500 year protection, you want to have options to be able to protect your city. And so that's something that being able to widen the bypass, keeping that property within the boundaries of the city is something that we think is really important. And so, I would urge you to consider this as one of the potential benefits that this would bring to the city in the event that, you were to look to the north. And also, this is the Notch property here. One of the other things we've heard is that with the Notch property, that the water gets into that area and it swirls around. There's a lot of wave action against the levees there, causing damage. And the Notch would put a levee right where the red line is there, and it would take that property out. And we believe, and from what we talked with some flood protection engineers, that would actually enhance flood protection as well by having a stronger levee that wouldn't be subject to the wave action, and it would take the swirl effect, which would improve flow down the bypass. And the last topic I want to talk about is infrastructure, and I'll just go through this real quickly. We did a feasibility level analysis on infrastructure when we bought this property. The water treatment plant is right just south of the Sacramento bypass. We understand the city has water rights. We have also water rights on our property, and so we think there's adequate water supply to serve our area, the Notch area. The Northwest Interceptor runs through the city of West Sacramento on its way down to Elk Grove. We think their facility has treatment capacity down there, and we'd want to do master infrastructure planning to make sure that and the drainage pump stations ultimately work and are able to serve. But again, we're at a 50,000 foot level. We're not doing master infrastructure planning yet, and so that's not the kind of thing we looked at it. We think it works, but that's the next step, which we plan to do years from now. And so with that, I'll allow Vinton on the last slide here to talk about the reclamation district.
Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to cover just two things really quickly. Just a little historical aspect on the Notch. That's where this slide comes in. I'm sorry it's not very clear, but it's a map from 1939. I found it in the Yolo County Reclamation District. It shows the Notch area, which is circled in yellow, and it had its own reclamation district way back there 70 years ago. This little piece was always intended to be part of the city. For whatever reasons, and what I cannot explain, I do not know why that levee was never built to bring it in. But it was contemplated that it wasn't going to provide any flood protection because they were going to take it out of the bypass. Speaking again on the eddy effect and the wave fetch, I've had experts out there at high flows. The water comes down. There's a wing dam to the north there that comes out of the Sacramento bypass, and the water comes in there and swirls. It creates a long-term maintenance problem. There's been erosion and some seepage on those levees. And so a little historical piece on that is to explain why the Notch is
it is what it is. There's a couple of issues with the notch, of course, funding, and flood safety, of course, is at the very top. I want to thank, Bill and Steve for the new information that they provided tonight, because I think that with that information and any additional information, we can address the issues that are posed by the notch. And then there's many opportunities with the notch, with flood safety, the West Side Rail relocation, increased traffic flow and connectivity, a tax base to hopefully provide additional funding for other levy projects. So with that, we look forward to working with the city and hoping that you'll consider the annexation of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for these presenters? I guess I'd ask you fellows the same question that I asked Mr. Tallman regarding the options that that staff has kind of came up with regarding the possibilities as far as criteria for annexation. Do you have any comments on that?
I think it's, honestly, I think it's putting you in a position to make a decision you don't have to make tonight. I think all you're being asked to do is give staff direction on a particular map and say where you want to go. And then I think the development of these criteria over the next year would be appropriate, where you have some time to really study them and say, what does it mean to ask for a flood protection benefit for the entire city, and spend some time studying it and looking at what the preferred land use alternative, how it can address these and really go down through them. But I think intuitively, option number 2 is the one that makes the most sense, because it establishes some standards and sets some expectations for what should happen.
Thank you.
Quickly, I think anything that would give us a guideline as a target to shoot for is something that we would like, because I think that we can clearly meet the requirements.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Okay, we've had all the public comment. This is really kind of a workshop, so there's no public hearing to close or anything. But I want to bring it back to staff. I think what we want to do right now is address and try to give direction to staff on what we do about the option 3.
Yes, and I would ask Jennifer to relaunch the general plan presentation. Now, in terms of approaches, you can take the 3 annexation areas either individually or cumulatively. And we would suggest that, you start with one area and go forward and talk about it and try to come to some consensus among yourselves and basically take a straw vote among the commission to pass forward your recommendations to the city council.
Okay, and before we do anything else, I'd like to first take about a 5 to 7 minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll address the alternative C.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order, and we're going to discuss the option C, the potential future annexations, and then we'll move on to talking about all of the other components based on a geographical area. We'll work north to south. So I'm going to bring it back to the commission now regarding the annexation planning option. And Steve, do you want to kind of summarize what your expectation is?
Well, my expectation is that we'll be hopefully able to move through as many areas, beginning, of course, with the annexation one. Just a couple choices and things that may make it easier. You may wish to look at the annexation areas as a whole, as opposed to individually. The way we prepared sort of a guide to help you move through the individual areas is summarized how each of the alternatives addresses each of the geographic areas in the city. And of course, for the annexation areas, the only one that's alternative that is addressed is alternative C. But we have put together a series of slides for you once you pass through the annexation area to move fairly quickly through the other areas, summarizing the comments and looking how the individual alternatives address individual areas. And we're also prepared, of course, to answer questions that you may not have resolved with regard to annexation. We still have a lot of, saw Mike Bissett here, and Steve Paddock, of course, to answer questions regarding flooding issues.
And it may be helpful as we go through this to have that slide that shows the potential annexations available to, if we get into any specific detail on those. And I guess I'd want to ask the commissioners that there seems to be one common thing regarding the annexation, and that's the flood protection issue. And if that's the only issue that we really need to discuss regarding what we do about a recommendation, then I would suggest we take them as a group. But if there are individual concerns or interests that you have on the individual areas, then we could take them individually. But I think that probably the most concern to all of us as far as what we do about alternative 3 would be the flood protection. So does that seem like the way to go? Okay, well, then we'll talk about them all three as they relate to the flood protection in particular. And any comments first or questions of staff? Sure, we can just, Commissioner Moore, if you want to start.
Well, I don't care, but I mean, you know, I am very, very concerned about flood protection for the city that we currently have. And I don't know, you know, I would love to control what gets developed right outside our area to the north, to the south, in the Notch. And yet I'm not willing to jeopardize losing any of the flood money at all just to annex in a piece of property. But I don't know how it plays out in the long run, whether you can do it. I mean, I like option number 1 says that we're going to know what is going to be annexed into the city and we're going to know what's going to be developed there. I love that idea. 2 is telling me that, you know, as I go down here, and and I'm trying to figure out if staff's trying to say, just let us continue talking to them, because the annexing area must have 200-year flood protection, which is great, and our existing city has to have all its flood protection in place before we can even consider it. Is that how I'm reading these documents?
I would hesitate to try to read anything too specific into these. I intentionally made them vague because we're not really trying to have a policy discussion. We're trying to pick a direction.
Well, my direction, you know, I mean, if that's all we're asking for, my initial stance and my position is that I'm not willing to look at any other area to be annexed until after we have our current city protected. Because the way Mr. Panis is talking, there's a great chance that if we were to annex something, we could jeopardize some of our flood money, and therefore we'd never be protected. So if that's the only alternative we have, then I would have to be opposed to annexation. Whereas I was thinking that if we got into number 2, we could at least talk about it a little longer, knowing full well that it says in there that our existing city has to have its flood protection before we'll ever consider it. So I guess I'm a little confused as to what the direction I need to go. But I'm not willing to jeopardize the rest of the city to annex a piece of property.
Anybody else? Commissioner Liebig?
Thank you. I'd like to actually thank staff first for their efforts in keeping up with, this is a moving target. Every time we've seen it, it's been changed. We've been incorporating comments as we go. And I appreciate seeing the comment replies that have been pulled together for our consideration as well. So with that, I'm actually going to take my comments away from flood control. I think we've heard a lot about it, and it's been a focus. But there's another part that I want to focus on, and that's the city's goals and our strategies, our policies. When evaluating the different alternatives, I see our growth being directed inward, not outward. Looking at the greenhouse gas analysis that Steve Paddock gave is a really good example where the city's policies would be better met by directing growth inward. When we're talking about transportation-oriented development, that's usually based on higher density requirements. It requires efficient neighborhoods. By efficient, a community that would be farther away from higher density, say urban core, would be harder to serve than that urban core itself because it would require more trips, longer distances. Looking at the balanced jobs and housing, again, I think a higher dense urban core would provide better ratio there for the city. Now, this is one aspect where you could do a hybrid of, say, an increased urban fill and expansion, but I'm not sure if I've heard, is there a need? I don't know if I see a need over the next 15 years. There's quite a bit of space that we have within our current city limits. We have the Bridge District, which is moving forward. That's going to occupy a lot of mixed-use business area. What is our timeline for needing additional space outside of the city limits? And is this the time to be looking at that? I'm not convinced that it is. So I will leave my comments at that.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Sandine?
I have to say that the notion of controlling our destiny has some appeal to me personally, but when I look at this, when I look at the alternative C, it seems like some of, and this is going away from flood control, which I know is important for us.
Okay.
If you're just looking at our total city map, it looks like to me the notch kind of completes the city, and then we're looking at expansion really on both ends, and transportation and all those issues come into play when we're visioning and looking at the future of our city. So I think what one of my colleagues is saying is you're thinking of the urban reserve. It sounded to me like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the urban reserve piece of annexation, considering when we've completed the land of West Sacramento to then consider possibly annexing in some point in the future, which then we would need to have some criteria. So I think we do need to tackle this controlling our destiny, but it may be in stages, and I don't know how that fits into the direction we can give staff or city council about how we'd approach it, but that's something that has appealed to me, to not take it completely off the table, yet perhaps look at this as a kind of staged or phased-in approach to how we look at our future.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll go ahead and.
All right. Commissioner Ledesma.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for everyone for coming out, and for staff for, again, as Mr. Levy put it well, you're providing us plenty of tools to evaluate kind of where we are in the general plan update and giving you direction on where we're going. A couple of things that just kind of came up during the course of this hearing and this workshop or this hearing on how we're approaching this, and one is on the flood protection. It's obvious our city is working very hard to protect our city as we know it today and the borders it has, and rightfully so. We should respect that and treat it with the care that our staff is treating it. I think in first looking at annexation, this started at the last workshop where we heard that flood protection was a key part of evaluating annexation and how we go about it. And clearly, it isn't clear cut, but it certainly is a factor in terms of how we are perceived. I made a note to myself, and that as we were discussing this earlier, is the perception, the risk in damaging a reputation worth this? I mean, a guy in Sacramento pulled permits in a floodplain area a month ago and severely damaged the city's reputation on how they're treating their flood zone, and it's serious, and I think we have to respect that. And Mr. Panos is he termed himself, I'm looking for my notes, I'm sorry, as part of a team trying to solve this problem and doing a dance with sort of, that's my characterization, not his, but of trying to incorporate all the different entities that we have to work with to make this work. I think this body, and Mr. Morazzini put this right, we're doing a lot of work right now with this issue. I think this body, though, has to represent our city and our people and kind of make sure that our actions, whether they're true or not, or whether they impact perception, which is reality, we have to protect that. So I am very, very cognizant of any look at annexation and how it impact our continuing fight towards protecting the city and whatever else, whether we continue to study it or not. I think it's made clear to me, at least, that we need to do that. I think Mr. Ramos asked a question, a very pertinent one, about how we approach the general plan. It is a long-term endeavor, and I'm trying to wear those glasses as I'm thinking through this. The city will need to grow. I think you're right. SACOG has expressed the need that we accommodate the growth. They are, as the crow flies, within the city core that we can continue to work towards. I'm just having a hard time saying that we're in any sort of normal times to really take that view at this point. We are in the middle of what's the impetus for this? There are no real market forces really generating and banging down a door for that. At this point, we're having a hard time keeping up. Continuing to develop our Southport, and where we've kind of everywhere. It's an issue, and what exacerbates that for us is this flood issue. In that we are also trying to keep developing and within our city limits, but now we have this flood issue. So, like most businesses that I work with, I think we're in a position where looking 20 years out is a nice thing, but most are trying to survive the next 12 to 18 months. And I kind of, I'm taking that view with this general plan. It's, if we were in normal times, flood protection was there, I'm probably more inclined to look at annexation and say, you know what, that's a really viable answer. I'm just not sure it's for the rewards we're getting, which really weren't addressed. And I was of the opposition even hearing the projects tonight, because we generally know what they are. I didn't want to judge this decision on projects, but they came forward, and they will not address, I didn't expect them to address kind of the hardcore issues that, are they going to add to flood protection? Are they going to do whatever? I think staff did a great job of trying to bridge the gap with us tonight about trying to find some criteria and establishing that. And I would be supportive of having some criteria in the general plan to make it clear, should annexation come up, that we can include it back into the general plan, and it's clear on how that works. But I'm just not there in terms of including it on a going forward basis. It just, to me, again, I'm just not there yet. So.
Thank you. Joe, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I want to echo some of the comments that were made, because it's a little unclear to me, even with an annexation plan that had prudent criteria like staff has put forward, whether or not we still wouldn't be in jeopardy of losing funding for what we're trying to do now as far as flood protection within the city. So I would agree that a policy should have some sort of criterion should this be addressed in the future. But anything that threatens what we're trying to do now, I would have a hard time getting behind at this point, unless we had some assurances that this type of criteria do.
Thank you. Jennifer, how about you? Any comments, questions?
Yeah, actually, when I was first reading about a month ago about the different alternatives, I was really excited about the expansion, but lately I've just been a little worried about what everybody else has come up with, the flood protection, and but something that Commissioner Liebig brought up really got my wheels turning, and that's the fact that it seems like we just have so many projects going on, and to bring in the expansion just seems like, at this point, seems like it wouldn't help bring forth our current projects that we have, and filling in the infrastructure that we have, filling in the city that we, with the bridge district and things like that. So I'm a little worried about not just the flood protection, but the fact that we might not get our other projects off the ground and things like that. So those are my comments.
Thank you. I think we probably all share those concerns, and when Mr. Panos was talking, it was hard to pin him down regarding what we should do from a flood protection perspective as far as resources, getting money to be able to do this, and the perception that the city would have. And I think Commissioner Ledesma was right on target regarding the impacts that negative publicity can get you, as it was happening in Natomas regarding the building permits and the jeopardy that may put the city of Sacramento in. However, we have to have vision. We're not going to stay within our boundaries forever, and we have to have vision. And I guess each of these projects brings something. There's some value added for all of them. In their short presentations tonight, they all have something to contribute. Now, you have to weigh that, and I guess that at this point in time, the overwhelming or overriding factor has to do with flood control. I've heard it from just about everybody that we can't jeopardize the process that we're in now to get the resources from the federal government and the state so that we can get our levee protection. But at the same time, there's an opportunity here for us to let folks know what we want to do in the long term. We're talking about 20 years. I hope I'm alive in 20 years and to be able to see what happened. However, I don't have that comfortable feeling either. And Steve Paytek, you made some comments regarding this, and I think you were a little more definitive than Mr. Panos regarding the view that others would, those regulators would have of the city if we were to go forward. And I'd like for maybe you to expand on that, because, but before you do, what I'm hoping to do is be able to have vision and play it safe at the same time, and I don't know if we can do that. And that option 2 with those thresholds that would have to be met is, and I know that was not, it didn't take a lot of time for you guys to come up with that kind of criteria, and it could be expanded on regarding contributing to the EIR cost and that sort of thing. There's probably much more that could be added that would be reasonable from a community standpoint and also from a potential developer's standpoint. Is there a way that we can do that, in your opinion, Steve Paytek, to move forward from a planning aspect for who knows when in the future, but in our new general plan with the criteria or those thresholds that would have to be met that would give the regulators some comfort level with what we're really trying to do?
We have a hard time figuring out what they're thinking from week to week at times. But I guess if the question is, you know, can we put enough criteria and standards on this to such that there's no possibility we're increasing the risk of having the regulatory agencies go south? I don't think there is. As I mentioned, there are people, these are single focus agencies. They don't think we should be building in floodplains at all. They probably just assume we all moved out of Southport and Natomas. And they don't want to hear about it. And there is some risk. They don't have to be reasonable. Now, can we come up with, I think, criteria that would assure a reasonable person who's taking into account the potential land use and economic advantages of building close to the region and weighing the alternatives? Yes, I think we can. But I'm not sure they care.
So we could meet reasonable criteria, but you don't expect that they would be reasonable in their evaluation?
I would not assume that they're going to be reasonable.
Is that a new conclusion?
They're perfectly reasonable if your job is to prevent people from getting flooded, period.
So what you're saying then is if we were to include these in our revised general plan, that there would likely be consequences regarding our flood?
There would be more risk than saying we're not going to annex. I'm not saying it's going to kill us. I'm not saying we can't sell it. I'm not saying with the help of property owners, you know, we can make it work. But I think there would be more risk.
You're not beating around the bush, are you?
I'm retired. I don't need to beat around the bush.
Oh, you're doing this for free? Is that? All right, thank you. I think I have my answer. All right, we've all asked our questions and made our comments. We need to move on with this. What do we want to do regarding option C?
Are you asking for a straw poll?
That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What I'd like to be able to do is if we could come up with a consensus, we'll move on. We may have to ask staff for more information for for the 3rd of December meeting when we continue this, but I doubt that we need more information. I think we probably have enough information to make a decision at this point.
Are we looking for a motion, or what do we?
We're not going to make motions, actually, or
That's
just
I'm
a
just asking him.
recommendation that. As
This
to
would be a
how we-
recommendation, and it would be recorded sort of as a straw vote to the council.
I mean, I'm hearing consensus that option C is, I mean, option C is not going to be considered at this time.
I would agree with that. Based on what we talked about tonight, based on not being able to have assurances that this wouldn't threaten what we're trying to do with flood protection right now, I don't see how option C could be an alternative for us at this point, or not considered tonight.
Well, one of the things that we have a luxury of tonight is that we're not making any final recommendations, and I guess maybe another way of putting it would be, unless we could get assurances from staff that it wouldn't be unfavorable, that we would recommend against option C. Is that what you're?
I don't understand. Can you clarify? Are you looking for reassurances from staff that if we eliminate C, that it wouldn't have any negative? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is if we could get assurances from staff that some criteria like option 2 or something would allow us to move forward with it in a favorable light with the regulators, unless we can get that we would recommend against option C.
I don't.
I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I don't know if, I don't think we can get those assurances. I think we can ask staff as they've outlined on the annexation criteria. I mean, we could say, could we not say as part of the general plan that we won't consider those as part of the scope area now, but we would want in the general plan clear criteria for future general plan amendments? That might, I mean, is that what you're recommending by 2? Or are you saying that we would continue to study and?
Well, I think, one approach would be to sort of combine essentially 1, 2, and 4 with kind of starting off that this area is urban reserve. We're not looking for it right now. We're not, urban reserve doesn't commit you to building. It's urban reserve. We don't know when it's going to be available. I think the message you're sending to the property owners is it's probably not soon. And also one which is, if development is going to happen in these areas, we want it in the city. And at such time as we might think about it, these might be some criteria. I would have to say the only alternative that I think has no risk to the city in creating difficulties with the agencies is 3. We're not going to consider annexation, period.
Yeah, Steve, that's the dilemma that I think we're all faced here with. We probably won't want to develop that for a few years out, like, whatever it's going to take, another 10 or 15 years to fix our levees. So you're looking at 10 to 15 years before you want to annex. All 3 of these projects have good points to them, and things that I think that we all would like to see. We may not live to see when you're as old as Ron and I, but when the other people may get to see some of these benefits, and I'd like to see some of them. And eventually, sometime in the future, we are going to have to move our borders a little bit. But I just don't know how we do it today without jeopardizing or potentially jeopardizing some of our funding. That's my concern, because you keep looking at these and every one of them has some great little potential, but we're going to jeopardize some of the funding. And if you even potentially jeopardize the rest of the city for these projects, it's not a good deal for us. I mean, if you could figure out how we could get away with it, like Ron said, without jeopardizing our funding, I'd be all for it. I'd be all for putting 1, 2, and 4 together. But it seems like even you're not convinced that that's going to work. they're still gonna take a second look at it.
I cannot assure you that these agencies will be reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean,
Then it looks like that's not a risk this commission is willing to take, from what I'm hearing.
Ask for a point of clarification here. I'm working, or my mindset is still on alternatives, and we're talking about an annexation policy. Can we decide an alternative and separately decide an annexation policy?
I think they kind of run hand in hand, though.
Can we, just hypothetically, decide not to include alternative C, and yet have establish an annexation criteria in the general plan?
I think that's, I mean, I think you're going where I was going, is that,
Yes.
because, yeah, I think that's what I was, you make a great point, because I think we are establishing some sort of, we have established some criteria. I've heard it at council, I've heard it here about our need to manage the short-term issue we're in. And my other point is, flood protection is, on our minds today because it has to be, and it's front and center today. But there's other issues. Jennifer, you brought up, we are trying to focus on areas of growth that we have been pushing for years as a policy of the city. And, there is some other sense of alternative would still probably be focused on the city center. And if we had normal times, as I was saying, that's what was my point. If we had normal times with a normal market where there was tremendous impetus to get that, for projects in that area, well, you might want to look out at that in 10 years. But the market's set back another 5 at least. That there really, to me, is no other impetus other than just to kind of get it into this cycle. And I think what you're saying is kind of what I'm getting at, is that I'm not willing to kind of consider it as a level C, but we should have in there, we can have in there just what will it take an annexation. I mean, the last update I asked with David at the break, we did the update in 2000, and I think at least one of the projects was coming to us as a general plan amendment. We make it very clear that what the hurdle will be should that come forward, because they could still come to us 3 years from now if this gets without it, right? They can still come to us for a general plan amendment to annex the city. This process just encourages it, so to say, as we're studying it now. Is that a true statement?
Yes, and to respond also to Commissioner Liebig's concern, they would not be inconsistent. So you could make a recommendation on alternative C, either for or against, as well as recommend a specific option, as we've outlined tonight. Regarding those options and criteria, as you talked about, number 2 really represents a significant advancement as to where we are in the existing general plan. We will come back to looking at the policies in the land use element, including the annexation policy, which is currently in the general plan, as you see identified on the first page, probably as early as March.
So actually, they could go hand in hand. We could direct staff to work on a annexation policy, and if any of these projects met that criteria.
Well, you could make the recommendation to the city council that the planning commission makes that recommendation. We can't direct staff, but we can make that recommendation. You could make that recommendation to the council as part of your action tonight on annexation as well as on alternative C. Once again, our purpose in laying out those annexation policy direction options is help you with a very difficult issue. And rather than yes or no, we just thought that these would sort of help you guide a decision as to possibilities as to how you can approach the annexation issue.
But to answer what the comment I just made, or to respond to the comment I made, it seems to me like it could be a practical recommendation to ask for annexation criteria and then judge these projects by that criteria. If they would meet that criteria, because we're going to have flood issues on any annexation we ever have, because we're an island. And so if we could establish criteria for annexation and these projects could satisfy that, we have time to include them in the general plan. If we could establish that, if that criteria could be established and the council would approve that criteria, then they'd either pass that gate or they wouldn't.
That's correct. My only concern with that is the annexation criteria really doesn't address what the commission's position is on alternative C.
But alternative C, our position on alternative C is dependent on what that criteria is. Because, you know, Steve Paytek, he was very specific, thinking that it would be looked unfavorably, the criteria that we have here now.
It may be,
But that
I'm not sure
doesn't
it's a
mean that there
must.
couldn't be criteria that.
That's not what, see, I think your alternative here is that you'd vote, what do you think you want to do with annexation today? And annexation today may be no. But then further on in the general plan, they talk about if you want to annex, here's what has to happen first. And you'd combine, you know, 1, 2, and 4 all together. You know, you used up most of your land in the city, and the city has already got their
Guideline?
No, they already have their flood protection. The city now has its flood protection, and we've used up most of our land. Now we want to control our density. Is that what I'm gathering from you? That it's kind of a, no, we're not going to do it today type scenario? But if you want to annex property into this city, here's our criteria that we would be looking at.
The flood control agencies would prefer that they understand that anything you annex is a floodplain,
Right.
and they don't want you annexing floodplains, even if they've been taken out of technical floodplains with levee protection. So the least risk policy is we're not going to consider annexations as part of this general plan. To remove, there isn't an annexation property policy because we're not going to consider annexations. One could say that 10 years from now, after the city's levies are improved, we could change our mind. That would be devious. We don't want to be devious, but that's an alternative. The other alternatives that you've talked about is certainly we can soften them, we can add criteria, we can make it sound good, but we're still saying we will consider annexation. And maybe that's what you need to do. Maybe that's the greater good.
I'm sure I understand. So even saying no to alternative C, yet setting those criteria and setting a policy or even having a policy would be looked upon unfavorably by the flood control agencies, or could be.
Could be.
Yeah, but what, if one of those criteria was that the existing city had, say, 200-year flood protection, then the risk wouldn't be the same. The risk we have now is jeopardizing the ability to develop within our existing city limits. If we already had that protection, then the risk, it's a different risk.
Right, and I would just to say that, again, based on what I'm understanding from Bill tonight, is that you're having to bring that into the conversation. And the more and more I think about it, and it's just, that's the issue. The mayor will be in Washington, and somebody in Washington's watching this commission, that question may come up. Hey, I saw your planning commission's talking about annexation. What's that about? He has to answer it. If Bill's talking to DWR and everything's making progress, but a little article in the Bee talks about the planning commission approves to look at annexation. It's just something they have to address. And how does it manifest itself? I think what I'm hearing is it may not. But the risk is that, again, it's out there. And I think that's where I was talking about. It's the perception of what we're doing more so than kind of what we are doing. I think we're trying to, at least I would. It's a hard thing to do because I do see the long-term value of north and south. It's just not now. I can't, a lot of that's flood protection. My other point is a lot of it is, kind of where we are as a city, in that we still have a lot of city internally to grow with. And, you know, that was my analogy to the business, my business experience at least, is that people are trying to figure out how to grow organically and not go out and do a lot of things extraneously and put themselves at risk. I mean, that's just what's happening in everywhere, not just, and we're just part of that now. And that's my dumb view of it, but it's kind of how I'm landing on this. It's more, to me, is what benefit does it bring? And it brings risk, and I think that's been made very clear tonight. I'm just not sure what benefit it'll bring. And to be frank, the projects are too undefined. There's lots of plans there, but those plans will change as the market changes. And I don't know what they'll bring 10 years from now. We've seen projects that came up 1 year, and a year later there was something different. And so I can't put a project to it at this point. So that's why I'm kind of saying at this point, maybe we're trying too hard to kind of build this in, this kind of annexation criteria. But I think it's clear we're kind of moving past it as at least to my opinion, we're moving past alternative C as consideration for study.
Okay, then I'm looking for some sort of a motion for a straw vote, at least, on this item. Not a motion, but just a recommendation.
Okay, I'll start with the preferred alternative. I move that, I guess this is not a movement, I recommend that we not include areas 1, 2, or 15, which is the north expansion area, the Notch, or the southern expansion area. And I'm recommending revised option 3, no annexation.
Okay, we don't, since it's a recommendation, we don't need a second on it. Everybody in favor, raise their hand, right hand.
Raise their hand?
Yeah, raise your right hand.
Doing that? Okay.
Raise it.
Okay.
And I'll just state I have a minority opinion. I think that I'm more of a risk taker, I think, than the rest of my colleagues. I actually prefer the urban reserves, city-owned development, developing annexation criteria. I think that when I'm looking forward, I think that's what we'll see in West Sacramento in 30 years from now. And I like the notion again of controlling destiny. But
Okay.
I respect the
Sure.
discussion and thoughts of my colleagues.
That's fine. But we do need to move on. Okay, that takes care of that item. The next.
So what I saw there, and Jennifer hopefully saw the same thing, was 6 in favor of Commissioner Liebig's recommendation and 1 opposed. Was that correct? We will not record names, but just record the vote.
But please note, since this isn't an official vote, it's just recommendation.
It's a
that
recommendation.
We had one.
Here to the council.
We had 6 for option 3 and 1 for option 4.
I'm sorry, you're confusing.
The no annexation is what you,
Correct.
which was option number 3.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Commissioner Sandin preferred option 4, the urban reserve option that you listed.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay,
Are you going to move to number 6 next?
Yes.
yes,
next
we're
one.
gonna talk about the Michigan area now.
Get you.
I'm sure the rest of the audience would appreciate that.
Yeah.
If I can find it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next area that we would like to consider in view of the number of comments that have been made is the West Harbor, Michigan Glide area. And I can either summarize the alternatives as they are presented, as well as the comments, or if the commission feels they've already heard enough information, given what has previously occurred, based on the testimony, we can just move forward. So I'd ask for how much detail that you would like.
I don't want to try to speak for the rest of the commissioners, but I think we've heard quite a bit of comment, and we've pretty much made our own comments. I'd look for a recommendation.
So the recommendation that no change alternative would be no change from existing conditions would be recommending alternative C, which recognizes the existing industrial designations in the area with no change. And the area we're referring to is West Harbor, Michigan Glide, Rice.
Just to make sure everybody in the audience understands, if we recommend alternative C, that would mean not changing the zoning in that neighborhood.
Essentially, the other way it should be looked at is a no change alternative. So in other words, there would not be a change recommended from the Planning Commission going forward to the City Council.
I'm looking for a recommendation.
I think there's a question.
Sorry,
Do you have a question?
may I ask a question? A lot of the comments that I'm hearing, I think were targeted at what was proposed in alternative B as high-density residential, and for that to be kept as currently zoned, which includes some heavy industrial and industrial mix. Are there heavy industrial uses in that area right now?
And when you refer to that area, what streets are you referring to specifically?
Off Rice, if you go down Rice and then turn right into that area. I don't have a map with street names.
Yeah, we were hoping to get that for this discussion.
There are, I mean, the area we're talking about is fairly broad. There are heavy industrial uses.
Okay.
They do exist primarily to the west of Harbor. There may be industrial uses that overlap both between light or heavy classification. Those also do exist around the Rice area, around the Glide area.
Okay, Harbor Boulevard? What is this current zoning there? Could you?
The west side of Harbor Boulevard is currently heavy industrial, and the right side is light industrial. The east side, excuse me.
The only change I would like to recommend is that we include commercial. It seems to be that there are commercial businesses moving on to Harbor. That is a great street to have, I don't want to say Harbor, commercial, such as the car wash. Ace is there. I wouldn't consider Ace Hardware being, or what used to be Ace Hardware, being industrial. So how are we accommodating those businesses?
Well, the car wash was a permitted use
Yeah, the car.
under the existing zoning. The Les Schwab, or the Les Schwab tire facility, which was also new construction, was a permitted use. The reason for looking at it, Commissioner, was that, yes, with the development of River Point Marketplace, we did see an interest in having some businesses, the potential for the area becoming commercial. We did suggest that as part of one of the alternatives, but at least in the discussions and the meetings that we've held so far, we have not seen any support from the business community or the broader community for making a change at this point in time, including discussion before the City Council that also addressed this issue back on November 4th. So that is what we've heard.
Steve, won't we have the opportunity, I think you mentioned last workshop, for those spot changes in zoning, if there are some parcels that may not be appropriate for the area, that there can be changes made in this process in the next year or so?
Perhaps on an area basis, I'm always reluctant to look at spot zoning changes for a number of reasons.
That's a term, I don't mean spot zoning, but there may be some inconsistencies.
There is that potential, yes, as we move forward with it, but just from direction that we've heard from the council and the commission, there does not seem to be any acceptance of the changes proposed at this point in time.
Russ, are you satisfied?
Is there a way of adding commercial without negatively affecting existing light industrial? Go ahead. I'm looking for a way to meld this. I think we need to do something that would help Harbor along.
I think we can just recommend it. I mean, that's your we can recommend it to council to take a look at it. And I think, there could be benefits to that area. And more importantly, to me, it's the flexibility, should that need arise later down the line.
Yeah.
But
One option is that with keeping the existing designation in the area, particularly if we're talking about harbor, as you know, the harbor on the east side is light industrial, it's heavy industrial on the west side. We could look at, in the future, is changing the zoning matrix to allow additional commercial uses there. And of course, that would have impact citywide. But if the intent is to foster additional commercial use, and that would be one way of doing it without changing the existing designation. The problem of changing the existing designation to commercial is it makes the existing businesses in the area non-conforming and limits their ability to expand.
If I could make a comment. We do have what's called an ML zone, which is mixed industrial commercial zone, which pretty much allows light industrial as well as some commercial. Maybe that's an alternative.
That would be my preference.
But only
Is there-
for
I mean, I
Harbor
think-
Boulevard.
Well, and I think,
Along Harbor, yes.
Is there anything that would fall within it today that would make that non-conforming? Because I think that's what the residents are, and the residents are here because they don't want to see a change. And I would hate to say that without some study looking at that, I don't know if some business that plans on being there and handing their business down 10 years from now, it's all of a sudden going to be a non-conforming.
Well, the mixed commercial industrial is a possibility. Our mixed commercial industrial zone, we primarily applied to a portion of the west end on the south side. It was originally intended as part of the original general plan to gather big box retail uses. And it was applied to that area on the south side of West Capitol Avenue because of its visibility from the freeway. So mixed commercial industrial, we've sort of limited to that area and one other area of the city. It's a possibility, but we just didn't think it was the best fix as a potential option there. So that's why in the alternative, the commercial, which would be sort of a general commercial or a regional sort of general commercial, was perhaps the most appropriate.
Okay, I think for the sake of this process, we're going to have to probably need to speak to you if we have concerns about different zoning, in advance of the meeting, so we can have maps or something, so we can look at some of this stuff. And I'm not sure that we couldn't satisfy the audience with their concerns tonight and revisit that corridor, the Harbor Boulevard corridor, next time. I would prefer to move on, not to, without looking at it and looking at what businesses are there now and what the impacts are. Any decision I would make tonight would be arbitrary, I think.
Because all we're doing again is recommending a strategy, and I think it's going to go to council where they have to evaluate it again, correct? So I'll ask, maybe our recommendation is we go with, as stated, as is, no changes, but maybe during the next round, during council meetings, and I'm asking the question, that we kind of put that, have staff provide a little more background to give the residents the opportunity to kind of look at that option, since it wasn't presented at this point. Mr. Liebig's right. I mean, that was the feedback. They don't want no housing, high-density housing there. But there is, I would think the residents would benefit from understanding what other opportunities might be there.
But we have about 19 different areas we're going to look at, and we're not going to be able to do this in each one of them.
I am not recommending that we do, but this is the group that showed up and has made their presence felt, and I intend to go forward with the recommendation of no changes. But again, the possibility could be to provide that for them as an alternative, and so they understand it before it goes to vote. I think Mr. Liebig makes a good point about that area and having some flexibility.
Do you want to make that a recommendation?
That is my recommendation.
Okay, all in favor of that recommendation, raise your hand.
I'm not sure what it is.
It's going in as. with no-
Staying like it
Staying
is.
like it is with a request for staff. to-
Eventually, we look at Harbor Boulevard.
Look at Harbor Boulevard.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yep.
for the, what was the mixed
Okay.
For ML zoning.
ML zoning?
Yeah.
And I'll once again voice a minority opinion. I think we should definitely look at the uses, but I'm trying to understand the alternative. I was a BC kind of person, trying to figure out a combo of those. I want to understand more about why the B alternative was put forward, and then look at possibly tweaking that. So it's just a twist on going to no change, looking for a little, versus I want to understand why the change was put forward in B and maybe tweaking that. So it's just, again, just a minority opinion tonight.
Did you get that, Steve?
And I think Commissioner Ledesma said it, but not only informing council, but informing the business owners how that change in designation would affect them, or if it would affect them in any way.
But see, if it becomes an ML zone, it really doesn't affect them. It's still, they remain, it can be industrial, commercial combination.
There's heavy industrial on one side.
Yeah, I would not say without any uncertainty would not affect them. I
That's my
believe it
point.
would. It would involve a review of individual uses to make sure that the existing businesses in the area would not become non-conforming. Like I said, the intent of that zoning was something far different. I know Charlie was around when we were developing it, but it had a very specific purpose. And our purpose was to allow certain commercial industrial uses as sort of a holding period, but to transition that area, in this case, to big box retail. So I'm a little,
True.
I just want to pass that on.
The bottom line is, we just voted that there'll be no change, correct?
Yes.
So those folks can all go home.
Yes.
If they want, with one minority vote.
So
Okay,
noted.
we're going to move on.
The next area is Riverside, California Highway Patrol Academy, Fair Point. Do you want to take a shot at that? Put on the microphone. And I can talk. It's summarized right here. I think we'll wait till they leave the room. But you see before you, the only alternative on Riverside CHP, California Highway Patrol Academy, is with alternative B, which provides for a higher intensity employment center. A mix of light industrial and business park uses with a general sort of focus on research and development. There would be no changes to the California Highway Patrol Academy in this alternative or any of the alternatives there.
Any
The
comments,
comments that we've
questions?
received on it, just to go with the other parts, is that, and this was part of the discussion, the only comment that we received to date was part of the public workshop that we held on the 15th of October, and there was a comment regarding to allow uses there that do not conflict with the California Highway Patrol Academy as currently operated.
Questions, comments,
Is the,
recommendation?
again, in this area, the intent is, you know, from staff's assessment, is to really kind of build up an employment center. I mean, this is clear cut. We need more space to, is our current designation not attracting the high amount of jobs, business or otherwise that we're, is that
Well,
sort of what?
there's a couple things going on in the area. Over the years, the main area of expansion has been primarily by one firm that's Oregon-based. You've seen the requests that they brought forward to take additional areas that were basically light industrial and convert them to business park. We probably had at least 3 requests. That's in the area of the Riverside area of town, which is, of course, on the other side of the freeway from River Point. So there has been a tendency on the part of existing landowners to take lands that have been designated light industrial and ask that they've been converted to business park. Recently in the market, the business park in that area has slowed down considerably. And the intent there is to look at that area for developing perhaps as more intensively than it is currently. David, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, but we would expect the range of uses to be comparable to what's on the ground out there now and what we have anticipated would happen in that development. There's at least 3 or 4 different existing zoning categories in that area, and over the last 6-7 years, we've been rezoning some of them one by one. And so I think part of our intent here was to try to establish an overall land use designation that would accommodate the mix of uses out there and no longer have, 3 or 4 separate, parcel by parcel zoning districts. And this would be kind of considered one overall business park, which kind of is really what it's laid out to be.
Right.
With one, land use designation that would accommodate office, that would accommodate, R&D and flex space, and then some supporting commercial. So, in reality, this is what, we really think of this area, holistically out there. But, the parcels, there's been office parcels and business park parcels, and we've, again, rezoned, I think at least 3 or 4 of them in the last, few years. And this would hopefully establish just one across the board that would hopefully work for all the types of things that we envision happening out there.
Right.
Just as a far-out question, how many vacant parcels are out there now? Half a dozen?
Yeah, there's probably about that.
Not very many.
Yeah, there aren't that many. They're fairly large parcels, still. But there are some still available. But, the business park is certainly more, I was probably more than half built out at this point in time.
At least, yeah. So the only change we'd really be making is just changing the zoning to make it easier for you? Because everything's, we already have everything out there. You only have a couple vacant parcels at the south end of the parcel.
Yeah, well, how this would play out would be that, there would be one designation across all of it that would accommodate the types of uses that we have seen come out there already, we envision coming out there. As we refine this, perhaps we would adjust, some of the intensity levels. Maybe those would be somewhat more intense, but from the R&D standpoint, but certainly this is not an area where we expect, high-rise office, that kind of thing. That's a riverfront type thing where we envision that happening. So this isn't as substantial as a change to what's existing as it may appear. It's principally a matter of trying to look at that area holistically rather than having a specific zoning that's different on every single lot, that's out there.
David, would we end up with a number of legal non-conforming uses if we do this?
There's still quite a bit of overlap between the business park designation, the light industrial designation, and the mixed commercial designation out there. We've carved out in this illustration, and we've carved out a couple areas where we know that if we made substantive changes, we would have non-conforming to things that are very viable and recently expanded, such as, Tony's Fine Foods out there. So that's probably a level of refinement that we can get to, if that's a desire to avoid creating that we can get to. We're not there tonight, but that is something we can carry forward. And it's kind of a similar question to what we have experienced when we talk about Harbor, whereas that's on a parcel by parcel basis. We're just not at that level of detail yet.
This is gonna sound really stupid, I guess, but why are we changing it at all? Then to have a non-conforming use such as Tony's Fine Food,
well, yeah,
makes no sense to me.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't be making Tony's a non-conforming use in this scenario. We've actually, in this illustration, we've left them light industrial. The issue here has been that we've been trending in this direction by all the various rezones that Harsh has asked for over the last several years have been going from office to business park, which is a much more flexible designation. So to this, I think would carry the ball over the finish line and put the whole thing in a similar classification, and especially into a zone that has a high degree of flexibility of uses.
I was going to say, if it feels more like, to me, we're validating policy changes we've already made, because we've already changed the designation.
And I totally agree. That's exactly what I thought.
If you go outside your policy so much, then change your policy, because that's kind of what we're doing.
That's exactly what I thought we were going to do until he told me that some of them might be non-conforming if we do that. And that disturbs me that, you've had somebody, like a Tony's Fine Food, all of a sudden, He's
Well, he said
building
they
this
weren't- they're not.
huge
Yeah.
thing out there that he's spending
Let me
millions of
respond to-
dollars on.
Because I think Charlie's comment is a good one, but we've taken 6 additional new mixed-use designations and applied them to areas of the city. They're meant to be illustrative. We're not planning to show potential changes of land uses, but we're very concerned, and we're not proposing to make changes that would make existing uses non-conforming.
Good.
So
Then I'm
those
happy with it.
designations are meant to represent changes in market conditions that we and our consultant Mintier Harnish see that have been occurring in our area. So they're meant to, we're not even certain that they will actually appear in their current form as a general plan designation, but they're illustrative of the changes in uses that we see taking place elsewhere in the city. And as we go forward tonight, next week, you'll see that mixed-use employment designation appear several areas in the map, but I just wanted to respond to that and end that issue because that is clearly not our intent, and we'll make certain that that does not occur.
Perfect.
I recommend the alternative B for this area.
All in favor, raise your right hand.
Okay, looks
You're with us?
unanimous.
Yes,
Right,
I'm with you this
All
time.
right.
Okay.
Moving on to Broderick Bright, number 4.
Moving on to the next area. David, you want to handle this one also, the West End?
I thought we were doing Broderick.
Broderick Bright?
No, we're.
No, we're
I'm
West
sorry,
End?
we've organized it by new
Okay, that's
numbers.
right.
Sorry to confuse you, but we're going to follow
What are we looking
the
at?
PowerPoint.
Actually, West End is at number 5.
Right. And is everyone familiar with, we'll refer to the West End to West Capitol Avenue? And one thing we've discovered tonight that it would probably be useful, particularly for the audience and stuff, is to have highlighted the specific area we're talking about. We have a general map up there if anyone has it, but we'll be happy. I guess everyone's aware of the area we're talking about then. Okay.
This is another indication where on alternative A, we're proposing to leave the area it is, which currently is a mixture of, there's light industrial, heavy industrial, mixed, limited industrial, there's some highway service commercial, and there's probably 4 or 5 different zoning districts out there in various types of uses. And as Steve mentioned in our earlier discussion, the south side of West Capitol in this area is principally where we have applied the mixed commercial industrial land use designation, or limited industrial in zoning parlance. In alternative A, we are proposing to leave that area, as is. In alternative B, however, this is an area we're introducing another one of the new land use concepts. In this case, it's the mixed-use regional commercial district. This is something that could be applied to that whole area, or perhaps a subset of it, and this would allow higher order commercial uses and some degree of office, principally ones that would take advantage of the area's freeway visibility. This wouldn't be an area where we expect, small neighborhood commercial, but larger format commercial, including office and supporting services in that area. This is not necessarily a really new concept. Way back in the West Capitol Avenue Action Plan, back from the early 90s, considerations along these lines were, contemplated at that time. And so in this particular alternative, in alternative B, we start to look at that area more comprehensively, given it is a gateway to the city. Obviously, it has maximum freeway visibility, and it may represent maybe our last opportunity for more large format, retail, as the River Point Center builds out, and those type of users, which typically, desire strong freeway access and visibility, this may be the place, for that if we desire to have more of that, long term. And so the question before the commission tonight is, those types of land uses out there, is that the direction we want to go in the West End? Or do we want to continue to rely on the sub-basis of this, which is already the mixed commercial industrial zoning, which is only on the south side of West Capitol, but would accommodate those types of uses, but would relieve the industrial uses on the north side as they remain.
Questions, comments?
Well, I had definitely have a comment on this one. I mean, first off, I think we designed that whole plan out there to serve hopefully some big box user. We envisioned an auto dealership, some big box user, you know, Walmart, whatever, to come out there. They happen to use River Point, or whatever it's called there, the Pear Orchard. That's where they went to. But I think the next alternative is to go right back there on the freeway. And I don't think putting residential next to the freeway is a wise choice. I mean, you fight traffic noises and sounds all the time, and that area in our plan, in our vision 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and I think somewhat today, has never been to put homes out there, but to bring and attract some type of a big box user. I think the north side of West Capitol Avenue is pretty well all spoken for. You know, I don't think there's a lot of open land there. At this point, they're being used by roadway, and we approved the hotel, and I think there's somebody else that's applying to come in down that area. I mean, you pretty well used the north side of West Capitol, and the south side definitely should be saved so we can put another big box user in there and get a Costco or whatever to come into town. I don't think residential's a spot for it down there in that area.
Well,
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm going to counter that a little bit, because I don't think we're, and maybe it's just a better definition of the regional commercial mixed use designation. And I'm trying to think of an example of where this might work. And one that comes to mind, and maybe it's kind of envisioning a type of project, highway visible with kind of regional commercial or shopping or in residential, kind of thinking of Emeryville, that area where you have an IKEA and it built around it, and there is now high-density residential.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the area you're talking about. That's actually perhaps a very good example of, you know, what this area, you know, could be if it were to have a residential component.
Right. Because I don't foresee this, Charlie, as sort of, let's put single-family detached homes out there, and I would not support that one bit. I kind of see this, if there was a possibility, as a word of encouragement, you know, I think commercial, I mean, I'm thinking that the wave that developers, and I saw something recently, I cannot remember it, where shopping center developers are really looking at adding in home, you know, housing into their projects, because it keeps the area alive, it kind of brings traffic in, and it's efficient for them.
But see, I agree with you in certain areas. I'm just suggesting that putting residential next to the freeway doesn't make a lot of common sense to me. I mean,
We have residential next to the freeways today. I mean,
but we've taken great extents to put up sound walls and everything.
Agreed. I'm not sure.
And I'm just using it as an example, and I don't even think residential would go there. I think it'd be some of the other stuff in there. But that area is always, and I think the stuff on the north side of West Capitol should be left alone. The south side, I think you could talk about, but the north side, you help move roadway in there.
I think residential is not a good idea in that area also. In fact, it brings to mind, I know, Chris, you're talking about you wouldn't support single-family homes, but Meadowdale is a good example of residential development around a bunch of commercial. It just didn't work. And it's something I wouldn't want to see again. With the highway visibility there, it seemed like that land is really more suited to a commercial, trying to get those folks off the freeway. They're traveling by to stop and buy something, either something to eat or something to purchase and take home with it. It's the last chance that they're going to have. But that area was designated as a transportation area. That's why roadways there. When we started to move people away from F Street, that's where we wanted them to go. So we've kind of we're changing course now, and that's okay, but I don't think that we want to put residential in there. You wouldn't get enough of it, and why would you want to try to bring all of those community-type services to an area that's really highway focused? You're going to be going down West Capitol Avenue to get on the freeway, or you're going to be on the freeway to get off. So I wouldn't want to see residential there either, but I think we ought to maximize that highway traffic visibility for whether it's I don't want to say car lot, but something like I think the Emeryville thing is appropriate. You can see the buildings and stuff there where you might take that exit on Enterprise and get off the highway and shop or get something to eat or something like that. We do have approved hotels there, and putting hotels and residences near each other, that doesn't sound good to me either.
Just add a couple things that haven't been brought up yet. I think the basis of having the mixed use, residential, commercial, were a couple other factors. We're concerned about the fact that the market studies are showing that there's an oversaturation of commercial in that area of the city, and will probably be there for some period of time. In addition, we looked at that as a potential site. A couple years ago, it wasn't that long ago, about 3 years ago, the state was involved in a study that looked at a new high-speed corridor train going from Auburn to Oakland. One of the potential locations for a station would be on the north side of West Capitol, adjacent to the UP main line there. So the site has that attraction. We're not showing it on the existing general plan, but given the fact that there is an oversaturation of commercial, we thought a mixed-use designation at least allowed for some degree of residential may be appropriate. Also, there are a couple sites that will be soon declared vacant by the state. Department of Water Resources on the north side has a large piece of property that's approximately 10 acres or larger that is currently just used for storage sheds, and they've indicated that would probably be a surplus property area. So that's sort of the reason, but we were just wanted to provide a little bit additional information as to why we looked at that area as it certainly
And if I could, I'm actually supportive of moving forward with B for the reasons. I actually was wondering about if the train or some other alternative transportation might play into this. I think this is a really important gateway, and I actually don't want us to close off the options like an Emeryville to that entry to our city. So I'm supportive of the concept that's being proposed in B, alternative B.
Is that a recommendation?
And that's a recommendation. I'd love to see how all the folks vote.
All in support of that recommendation, raise your right hand.
I'd love to have you
Opposed to it?
what do we see? One,
Okay,
two,
you have two dissenters.
5-2 support, okay?
Yep.
So moving on
All right.
to the next area here.
Okay. Surprises.
Want to do the riverfront? Do we want to skip that?
Right.
Okay, the riverfront.
We'd like to, if you don't mind, because it's a big area, skip the riverfront for the time being and move on to additional area.
How about
I
four,
wanted
so
to
we
move to
can
this
go
area
in-
because there were comments that came up by the Planning Commission at the last meeting regarding the Iron Triangle, and the proposal under alternative B is part of the industrial area would be redeveloped as high-density residential. The area we're speaking of specifically is on the north side of F Street, kind of extending from the existing apartments that were constructed around 8th Street going out to Jefferson Boulevard. The alternative does not look at making changes to, I believe, the south side of the Iron Triangle, which, as was pointed out last week by Commissioner Moore and we're aware of, has been built to a variety of different warehouse developments. But we feel that the north side of F Street there is ripe for change, and probably having a transition policy that would ultimately transition the area from the north from the current heavy industrial and truck uses to residential is something that should be looked at over the next 20 years. In terms of comments that we've received on the area, there was some concern about the impacts of high-density residential, and there was additional concern as to how those changes may affect the existing businesses, particularly on the south side.
Questions, comments?
My comment is, the reason you told us at the last meeting that you wanted to change that property north of whatever, you know, where the truck terminals are, is because there's so many vacancies there?
There's not
No, there's
many
only one.
vacancies.
There's only one vacancy,
I've seen
everything
two.
else is fully operational. You know, well, that isn't what you said last week. That's why I went over and checked, because you said there were a number of vacancies over there.
There are at least two.
And you thought that they were shutting down that operation. Well, I drove through it a week or so ago, and I drove through again today, and there's still just one terminal not in use. Everything else is fully operational and going gangbusters.
But I guess the issue, Commissioner, is that an ideal area given our build-out other things for truck terminals to operate long-term? The trucks that come out there, come down Jefferson Boulevard, create impacts on West Capitol Avenue. They conflict with, at times, with individuals that are walking home from businesses or school. Having that area, as you indicated, maybe move over to other areas of the city long-term may be in the best interest. So, once
You know,
again,
Steve, I
we've seen
understand
some
what
moving.
you're saying up to a point, and I think eventually that area will probably change. But, you know, I guess I would have to ask you, have you guys taken 5 minutes to let the people over in that area know that you're thinking of shutting down those particular truck terminals, but the ones to the south side of F Street are gonna still remain operational? I mean, you're not eliminating the trucks from the area, and you already brought some of those trucks down Sacramento Boulevard at their last conditional use permit. I mean, I understand what you're saying up to a point, but you're not eliminating the truck terminals.
We're not shutting down the terminals. This is not a recommendation to shut down terminals.
If your land use, well, and it's not. But if your land use is suddenly going from being a truck terminal, which you're not gonna eliminate because you're gonna still let the truck terminals operate south, on the south side.
That's correct.
Because they have a newer building.
I think I don't disagree with some of your concerns about putting businesses in non-conforming land uses. But to your point, in the long term, do we want to look at that area as potential sites for housing? In the previous discussion on the annexation question, we talked about, this is about how do we proceed. The central part of the city is where we, 20 years from now, do want to see studies. And so I would want to see this included, to see the impacts of putting housing there. Doesn't mean we'll do it. It just.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think that's where I would ask you to consider, is that we are looking at that. To your point, like maybe 20 years down the line, that's exactly the point of this exercise, and maybe it does fit. And if the long-term viability of those truck terminals makes better sense, it's worse impacts. I would argue, probably guess how we're trying to grow with higher urban centers. That's where demographics are going anyway. So I just think it's worth putting towards.
It's worth looking at, Chris. The only point I was trying to make is you're not eliminating them out of there at any point, because there are 10 trucking companies in that south side building that is on the south side of F Street. So you're still gonna have truck terminals in there 20 years from now, because we're allowing them to stay. My point was, I don't see any reason to change this land use at this point, because it's not gonna happen for 20 years, and you'll definitely revisit the general plan. And secondly, I'm not sure that residential is really the right way to go when you've allowed all this other heavy-duty stuff to go in to that area. It only makes logical sense that if you're gonna look at it, it'd be done maybe at the next general plan. Because today, you're not gonna change anything.
You know, another point to make about that area too is, and we just talked about the west end where we wanted to move all this. So if we had a spot for these trucking companies to relocate to, then it would be a much easier thing to do. But I think what we're doing is just squeezing them out. And if that's what we want to do, then we've got a good start on it. And I think trucking has always been an important part of the job center for this community. And sure, it's kind of inconvenient having them going down Jefferson Boulevard right now, but I think we still want to retain that element of our workforce and businesses. We really need to find a place for them, and maybe that's included, and I just don't know about it. Where would these folks relocate to if they want to stay in town?
We would probably expect they would go to Southport Business Park or into the area that the Channel, Seaport, Enterprise, Overland, Parkway Court, area where there's, large parcels, and they're all zoned heavy industrial, which they're currently, most of these parcels are light industrial. So it seems to be that where the Overland area is where these type of businesses are starting to pop up.
Maybe I'm missing something, David, but do we have trucking companies in that area now?
Yes, we do.
Yes, yes, they do.
Okay, all right.
I'd like to voice support for alternative B, if I could, because I feel that that's just so adjacent to downtown Sacramento, and it actually could help transform this area so that it is more walking, in segments, taking out pieces of it over time. If you're looking forward for the future of our community, I think we do need to continue to try to bring folks together so we can have transit options, so there can be a kind of vibrancy in that particular area of our city. So I'm supportive of alternative B, and I'll put that forward as a recommendation.
All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay.
6-1.
Did I lose 6-1? I just wanted to see how that
Yeah,
worked.
it was, yeah.
For some time now, Tom Sheeler's waited 3.5 hours and he's here from the port. There were a number of concerns or comments that were expressed last time regarding the port, so we'd like to take that next. David, you want to start?
Yeah, for the port, there's really kind of two parts to the port. Obviously, there's the there's the north existing terminal, then there's the Seaway property on the south side of Deepwater Ship Channel. And alternative A shows a minor expansion of the existing public open space area around the southern Lake Washington remnant in that area. The lake itself has a public open space. In this particular alternative, we would expand that open space designation to some extent around there to provide some additional recreational area while still maintaining the port's availability for maritime operations on the Seaway property. And then alternative B, it takes that similar concept, but takes it a couple steps further in that there's some land that's zoned for recreation parks on the south side of Southport Parkway in the southwest portion of Seaway that would be redesignated for a mixed-use employment area. And then similarly, then also this alternative B, proposes filling in some portion of the old Lake Washington remnant on the north side, not including the turning basin, where this would be made available for more water and related industrial uses, as is the north part of the port is zoned. Obviously we had some discussion about this area in our last meeting, and that's why Tom is here, and we appreciate him sticking around to talk about this stuff. If you do desire to hear from Tom and related to the port. So really we have in this, and obviously an alternative C would, as the other ones would leave this area unchanged. So really we start off with alternative A, where we're just proposing a fairly minor expansion around Lake Washington for recreational purposes. And then alternative B is definitely an intensification of port lands within Seaway and then the North Terminal. In this version of mixed-use employment, there's no housing provided within that land use designation.
Comments?
Questions for Tom then? Thank you for coming and
Certainly. No problem.
enduring
Sure.
so far.
You know, we could have did this first if they would have been
Oh, that's
paying
quite,
attention.
that's quite all right. It's been interesting.
Currently, the area on the south side of the port is zoned water-related industrial. The part that's being proposed as recreation is wetland habitat, and it's a big pond, basically. In alternatives A and B, the black line around it actually looks a little different, where B actually reaches the waterfront and A does not. Is that intentional, or is that just cartoon?
You know, alternative B wasn't intended to reach all the way out to the waterfront, and we discussed some reasons for that last time, and that's something that we may want Tom can also elaborate on as to why that's problematic.
That area was intended to be along the waterfront to remain water-related industrial.
I would like to hear the issues related to that, because that's what I would propose, so.
I guess my comment would be that obviously it separates the waterfront property into two separate parcels or two separate pieces, and presumption would be that you'd have waterfront development that would be continuous across the waterfront, that is all deep water along there, that would allow then transit of waterfront equipment and waterfront materials across that wharf, as opposed to extending the lake up to the waterfront and then creating two isolated parcels that would have no connectivity.
Is there a way to connect them using say a recreation easement, where you allow access to the waterfront, basically stopping the wharf for a portion, but allow some vehicular traffic through that section, if that's the limitation?
Mr. Ricola and I talked, and I understood that this was sort of a pointed discussion that you wanted to have in terms of waterfront access across that parcel along what would be presumably wharf, operating wharf. I personally don't see how you could necessarily do that. That would be like trying to create or allowing a point of access across the wharf of the existing north terminal. I don't know how you would incorporate that kind of movement across the waterfront. The existing plans, as I understand them, talking to Mr. Spock on city staff, that there is a trails that goes around along Arlington Road and to the south side of the port property that basically borders that piece of property. In the port master plan, there was some discussion about possibly a viewing area out extended along the lake to allow people to go out, transit out there, and obviously, again, because ports are now controlled by the Homeland Security, and general public cannot be allowed to travel out on those areas. You would have to control that access area and now allow those people onto the facility. But you could create something out there that has been done at other ports in terms of viewing the maritime operations. Like I say, I personally don't see how you incorporate, public access to what basically would be a Homeland Security port, and then having waterfront operations exist and having people transiting through that area. I don't know how you would do that.
There is currently
Can I respond to that comment? The Washington Outboard Motor Club has been operating there for 50 years, and the rowing club has access to that, and they've had that access for 20 years. There are selected people in the public that have access to the port, and they still do with the Homeland Security issues. And I've heard that before, and for 20 years I've heard Homeland Security issues or port security issues, and it's really time from my perspective, for the port, being the city of West Sacramento, to be a little more open to the general public and not use the Homeland Security issue as an excuse for not having public access, because the public has accessed that and there's no security clearance for somebody to join the Washington Outboard Motor Club or be a River City rower. And I guess it irritates me to hear that continuously, because we still, even now, we can hand portage boats there, but as far as general access to the general public, it seems like there are always obstacles preventing people to access this. And actually, having that access, to public access to the channel, is kind of a breath of fresh air for me to see some sort of acknowledgement that the public could access that. And what you're saying doesn't really correspond with the alternative B recommendation, I don't think.
Well, obviously, it's a navigable body of water. The boat clubs that you reference are outside of the hard homeland security fence line. So they are outside of that security fence line. It's a navigable body of water. Anyone can transit up the ship channel in a boat and be within the waterway. So, I mean, those kind of homeland security issues continue to be addressed, and additional controls on that are being implemented in terms of keeping those recreational boats away from boats docked at the wharves.
But they're not restricted from going up and down the.
No.
They can't go underneath the docks, but you see fishermen every day in boats going up and down the channel from the locks to wherever they want to go southbound.
Correct. My understanding from the question was, in terms of transiting across the land on the south side, is that a problem with the anticipated land development for waterfront industrial? And I'm saying that if you were to create wharves and docks on that property with the requirements of a port for homeland security and heavy waterfront industrial activities, I don't see how you would incorporate people moving across those.
Of course, and I apologize if I'm misunderstanding your response, but I was understanding you to say that you really, that levy is about where the public access should stop in this area that's in green in the recreational.
I'm saying if you extended that green up to the water, basically, and the two white areas were now separated, you were not able to move heavy waterfront equipment across that green, that you would be impacting basically the developability of that parcel in terms of a waterfront development. I mean, you look at the Port North Terminal, it's a very continuous series of concrete wharves, one to the other. You look at any port, typically they are just continuous wharves, and that's what I was trying to address in that same question. If you extend that green up that far, you now isolate those two white areas that are shown on the map. Okay,
you may isolate them, but there would be two separate parcels, because that's the old Lake Washington that runs between them, right?
But in A, as you can see, Lake Washington stops short and does not cut the two parcels completely in half. And frankly, in terms of land development, the original plan was to perhaps even fill part of North Lake Washington and deepen more of Lake Washington to create essentially the stormwater detention pond for that land development.
But B does show it, Commissioner Liebig pointed out, does show going it right to the water.
That's what I interpreted, yes.
Okay.
Right.
Here's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
Sorry to get so excited, but.
I actually also understand that there's currently an agreement with the rowing club to move them off of port property onto the south side. Could you point out where that's going to be?
I don't know that there is a necessary agreement. There certainly has been discussion of moving potentially the rowing club and maybe the outboard club over along the Barge Canal property between Palmadesi Bridge and Jefferson Bridge on the south side.
Would that be adjacent to the park, or is that city property there?
Yes, it is city property.
Between the bridges area.
Talking again to Mr. Schbach, I guess the discussion has been to potentially have the boat clubs move closer to Jefferson Bridge on the south side of the Barge Canal, and that aquatic boating operation would be incorporated into the land development. I guess this was an element that was discussed within the Quarters project. and has also been, according to Mr. Spock, has also been incorporated into the environmental document for the city flood levies.
Just a comment, I actually think this is a great idea, to move them kind of out of the inner part of the port, pull them onto the south side, where it's usually using the water of the port as a recreational asset for the city. And I think we should be capitalizing on that, which is also why I'm stressing the access to the port around the lake there. If there was a way to connect these two parks, I know there's kind of a alleyway that goes behind Lowe's that would potentially connect the proposed park with the existing park, which is west of Jefferson. That would be another thing, and of course, if you could make it a loop, that would be awesome, but.
I don't know if this is going to show it very well.
You're talking about the waterfront now. That's
We can make
a
it bigger.
different item, I think.
From the Barge Canal property, there is a trail that runs along the south side, runs down Arlington Road, and then runs along the south side of the port property, and then continues to jog through the area along basically probably the main drain canal down through here. So there is, I'm not totally clear of when you want access to the waterway, is that for launching boats? Is that for fishing? Is that for?
Just a destination. It's a reason for people to use the trails. It's a place to go and to see the port. And I actually like to, look at the port. I know you guys wouldn't allow it, but if I could build a house out there.
Well, and that's why I made the comment that in the port master plan, there was, as a concept, a potential viewing area, out, not shown on this, but, at the north end of Lake Washington, or maybe off to the top, to the end, or whatever, but someplace incorporate a public viewing area, and the details of that.
That's what actually
big?
I'm getting at, would be a viewing area. If it's possible to do one while incorporating the necessary features that you need for the wharf there, I think that would be my recommendation there. I'm going to just continue since I'm already talking. I just want to point out that I am opposed to filling in the section of Lake Washington. It would be a loss of that water-related recreation opportunities, as well as, I can't imagine the environmental impacts that we'd be looking at.
Wasn't that pulled off the?
No, it was
off the
just
plan?
renamed.
I thought that was pulled.
Part. It's now just the portion of the Lake Washington remnant that's proposed to be filled in.
And I think my point on this one is that, well, I know we're looking long-term here, but Seaway is 500 acres of current water-related industrial that is currently undeveloped. Until we have that being developed, I don't see why we should even be looking at filling in the section of Turning Basin, Lake Washington area.
I have to defer to my friends in planning as to the discussion that led to that.
That's
I
just
thought
a
they
comment.
pulled that.
It's still on here as B,
Yeah, I see
revised
it
B.
there, but I thought it was pulled.
Okay, that was all over the place. I like B because I think promoting a little bit more business, we would definitely want to encourage port operations, don't want to discourage port operations. It allows a little bit more flexibility. I'm not in favor of filling the basin as part of that. And any way we can enhance recreation and public access to the port, I would be in favor of that. So it's kind of a mixed bag for me.
Anybody else have any comments? No, you're wanting to go with B, but not fill in the northern part of the Turn Basin? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. and capitalize on recreation opportunities connected to the port there.
Commissioner Ledesma, did you have something you were going to say there? No?
I guess the graphic that I saw on B, as a point of clarification, is the recreational area, the purple? Is that?
No.
No?
It's the green. It's the green.
Oh, only the green, okay, all right.
So the green would remain recreational, enhancing the mixed, I'm sorry.
Expands the area along, on both sides of Lake Washington.
Sorry, say that again?
It expands the recreational area on
Agreed.
both sides of Lake Washington and shown in green.
Before you make that recommendation, Commissioner Liebig, wouldn't there be environmental issues regarding filling that northern part of Lake Washington?
Most definitely.
So that's not necessarily a done deal if you want to do it, to be able to accomplish it. It just seems like that's part of, I can remember that area in the 50s, and it's always been a natural area, and I don't see a lot of encroaching on it, but, you know, I'm just wondering whether it would even be accomplished if it was identified as something to be done.
It would help me to hear a little more from the planning staff about that, about the filling in or not, to give us some direction.
Well, this is something that came up in part of the stakeholders meetings, the concept of filling in a portion of it to allow for, at a future point in time, additional water-related industrial development around that area of the port. So that's where the comment came from.
So it was not generated by the port?
Pardon me?
It wasn't generated by the port?
I do not recall where it came from specifically, but it did come up as part of the stakeholder discussions. It may have came up from the port. I'm not certain.
Personally, for me, it would make a difference if for some reason that zoning change or that filling in would enhance the port operations, because it's such an important industrial part of our town and for our future. And so if that somehow, if there's a fill-in of land there that would add value for us as a city, I think I would need to know that personally before making a recommendation.
Well,
and I can't tell you specifically as to what was the basis of that. I thought maybe.
I cannot tell you specifically either. Certainly there has been some discussion, and it was earlier referenced in the early discussion about projects in the Triangle area. You have a rail yard, obviously, that runs through that part of the town, and Westgate Yard is what it's called. And with the development of the Triangle area, that track, and with the West Side relocation, that track is going to come out. And so where do you replace some of that interchange track where UP Railroad and the Short Line Railroad interchange their cars? Where do you replace that track? What has been discussed, and not very far, but what has been discussed, where are the opportunities, and where are some of the port operations, obviously in the industrial area, where there are rail operations. And one of the places that we had examined was basically creating a new rail yard over in that area along Lake Washington. So that would be one potential project that would take advantage of this. And like I said, that was sort of a concept that, which obviously would allow then, development of the Triangle area. And basically would allow the Triangle area presumably to develop sooner, rather than having to wait for the West Side relocation to take place. It would provide an interchange area. It's not ideal, it's not perfect. It might work in the near term.
Thank you. I have a suggestion to make. Since that's not included in the port designation, it's kind of a standalone with no narrative. Can we just put a tag on that, maybe come back next time and discuss that part of it?
I mean, the portion of the Lake Washington?
Right.
Sure. And you
Does that
decide
sound okay
whether
to
or
you,
not to
Commissioner
move
Leavitt?
forward
Because
with
it's
the
really not
alternative.
part of that particular item, although it is on port property. It could stand alone, and we could talk about it next time.
Well,
I seem to hear sort of consensus on alternative B, though, from what the discussion was, so.
I think that's what we're getting at. Would you feel comfortable making a recommendation, not including that Lake Washington fill, and address the Lake Washington fill next time?
I'll make that recommendation for a straw vote. No one else will.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
I just want to understand what I'm voting on.
Just the part that's circled that we're discussing, that's south of the port.
Not north of
Alternative B, south of the barge canal.
Yeah, and these really are, the way they're not depicted on here, but we really meant these to be separate considerations, the Seaway area from the North Port. So if the commission, wants to, deal with the filling in issue separately, that was really what we intended to have to do
That's what I was
anyway. We just
getting at.
didn't present them clearly. So that the Seaway area, which is all that 500-acre rectangle, south of the ship channel, could be what we consider now, and we'll take up the North Port next time.
Are you following that?
I am. Is there a big lead to wanting to keep the filling in? I'm just not, I guess I'm concerned why we have 500 acres that's not developed on the south side, and we're looking at filling in a lake to allow for more development.
It's the rail.
Yeah, the rail relocation, that's really this is obviously very conceptual, but the thought is that, the rail yard, there's the large one in the triangle that we're all familiar with, but technically, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but that technically that yard is what all the way parallels Jefferson all the way down and makes the crossing at Stone. And so that whole system, and we have obviously have known for years that those crossings at Stone are problematic at times, and so, and the 15th Street crossing is problematic at times. So you're looking at the holistically, if we're ever to remove that rail out of the triangle and along that whole stretch and eliminate the crossing problems, we need a whole relocation site for the switching operations. And this site here, as Tom mentioned, perhaps isn't perfect for that, but it appears to be, at least conceptually, an opportunity to accomplish the West Side Rail relocation, which is something I think the city has been kicking around at least since the early 90s.
And as a point of clarification, by creating this rail yard, you would not eliminate 15th Street and Stone Boulevard crossings. You still need a track until you do the West Side relocation, a new track coming off UP track to the west side of the city. You still need a rail coming down through and along there, but what you do eliminate, frankly, are some of the tracks and the switching that takes place in that yard. That switching, the trains would now come through that yard, straight on through, no switching would take place, and they would come over to this area along the lake, and interchange would take place there. Not an ideal situation, it's a little bit more cumbersome for the railroads to deal with it, but in the interim, it would work. And as far as the issue with, there's about 230 developable acres left on the port property. About 60 acres was sold to Taylor Village for the Lowe's property and whatever else. So gross, there's around, forgot all the numbers, frankly, but I think it's 230 developable acres that are still left on the port property. Gross, I'm sorry, I don't remember what the gross acreage is.
Okay.
Right, but we still have a recommendation, and we're still just talking about the south side.
For south side.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll address the north side next meeting.
Yes.
And all in favor of alternative B for the port, raise your right hand.
For right hand.
For the south side.
Finally got
The south side.
consensus.
Okay, you voted.
We have one left hand and
Seaway.
six right here. I'm
Alternative
wondering
B for
if
the
we've
Seaway.
been at this long enough tonight.
I
And
was gonna make the
was ready to point
recommendation,
out that
please.
we've exactly got halfway, so if we wish to take up the additional areas on December 3rd, that would certainly
right.
be an option.
Okay. And is there any informal discussion?
Mr. Chair, the December 3rd meeting, I will not be present in this chamber, but I reserve a request with you and with staff that I may call in for that December 3rd meeting, since the general plan will be continued, and we have some other important votes. We'll be out of town, so.
Yes, and we've not got a firm answer from IT as to how we can do that. We've done it at least once, that I'm aware of, with city council.
I understand. If I can't, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
And we
the
may
chair-
or may not accept your phone call. I call and collect.
I call and collect.
Oh,
Yeah. So it looks like we'll be continuing this item till December.
Yes, and we will have two other items on that meeting, including our first discussion of the medical marijuana initiative, as well as a Burger King conditional use permit. So it'll be a fun evening, I assure
All
you.
right, informal discussion? Nothing? Looking for a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
All right, meeting adjourned.